Honorable Prime Minister. We're still on motions.
Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas under Section 10.2 of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 15.42, the Act, it is provided that the Minister responsible for finance may, by order, specify the rate of tax for goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector. And whereas it is further provided under Section 10A of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 10 of the Act is subject to an affirmation resolution of Parliament. And whereas under Section 109(1)(a) of the Act is provided that the Minister responsible for Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 109(2) of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 109(1) of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is made to the customs tariff heading only. And whereas the Minister responsible for Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax rate of tax goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector, order to vary the rate of tax for goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector, and the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 2, order to amend Schedule 2 of the Act by an affirmative resolution of Parliament. A, to set the rate of tax for goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector as follows. 1, that the rate of 7% tax applies with regard to a supply, A, accommodation and service, B, water sports service, C, a tour conducted by land, air, sea within St. Lucia that does not include transportation provided by an external provider. 2, the rate of 10% applies with regard to a supply of A, food and beverages including alcoholic beverages by a restaurant, B, an admission service to heritage sites and other touristic attractions. B, in Schedule 2 under Item 1, A, by deleting the definition of commercial rental establishment. B, by deleting the definition of dwelling and by substituting a new definition that outlines the places that are not considered a dwelling. 2, under Item 2, by deleting paragraph M and by substituting a new paragraph M to specify the type of accommodation service that is exempted. Be it resolved that the Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax rate of tax goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in tourism sector. Order to vary the rate of tax for goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector and the draft value-added tax amendment Schedule 2. Order amend the Schedule 2 of the Act. A, to set the rate of tax of goods and services provided by the hotels and other providers in the tourism sector as follows. 1, the rate of 7% tax applies with regard to a supply of A, an accommodation service, B, water sports service, C, a tour conducted by land, air, or sea within St. Lucia that does not include transportation provided by an external provider. The rate of 2, the rate of 10% applies with regard to a supply of A, food and beverages including alcoholic beverages by a restaurant, food and beverages including alcoholic beverages by a restaurant, B, an admission service to heritage sites and other touristic attractions. B, in Schedule 2, 1 under Item 1, A, by deleting the definition of commercial rental establishment, B, by deleting the definition of dwelling, and by substituting a new definition that outlines the places that are not considered a dwelling. 2, under Item 2, by deleting paragraph M and by substituting a new paragraph M to specify the type of accommodation service that is exempted. Mr. Speaker, this resolution before the Parliament seeks the approval, A, the varying of the rate of tax for the goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector as follows. I, the rate of 7%, 1, in the rate of 7% with regard to the supply of A, an accommodation service, B, a water sports service, C, a tour conducted by land, air, or sea within St. Lucia that does not include transportation provided by an external provider. 2, the rate of 10% with regard to a supply of A, food and beverages, including alcoholic beverages by a restaurant. B, an admission service to heritage sites and other touristic attractions. B, amendments to Schedule 2 of the Act. 1, under Item 1. A, by deleting the definition of commercial rental establishment. B, by deleting the definition of dwelling and by substituting a new definition that outlines the places that are not considered a dwelling. Two, under Item 2, by deleting paragraph M and by substituting new paragraph M. Mr. Speaker, this legislation seeks to achieve a few objectives: to make our tourism industry more competitive, and most importantly, to ensure that Tourism Authority, which depended on government funds, is wholly charged with the marketing of our destination and has its own revenue stream. So as you'll know, Mr. Speaker, right now, the Tourism Authority, or as we used to know it as the St. Lucia Tourist Board, depended exclusively on contributions from government. And Mr. Speaker, it meant that the tourism budget was constantly at odds with the recurrent expenditures we had. And there are times when tourism was doing well, and the temptation is always there to reduce the amount of money that tourism is getting. And there's always this resentment, Mr. Speaker, by many, that we should be spending these monies on healthcare and education. So what we've done is we've transferred, Mr. Speaker, the tax or the revenue onto the guest. And so this bill is being done in conjunction with another bill in which we're going to be adding a new tax onto the hotel sector, basically on a per head room night basis. So, Mr. Speaker, this VAT relief is also being granted in tandem with the opening of our borders, and it's our hope that this reduction in VAT will assist businesses in attracting customers locally, regionally, and internationally through lower operational costs, lower prices to customers. Our VAT rate, as it relates to the tourism sector, will be amongst the lowest in the region, Mr. Speaker. In fact, when we go throughout this region, Mr. Speaker, we see countries moving in the opposite direction, in fact, increasing the overall VAT rate. But I want to be really transparent, Mr. Speaker, and indicate that this is not intended to be a net tax benefit to the state. This is intended to be a net neutral tax position by the state. So once we're reducing the VAT rate, we're substituting that VAT rate with now a head tax on a per nightly basis, depending on the type of accommodation that we have. And Mr. Speaker, why are we doing it that way? Mr. Speaker, for many, many, many years, there has been an ongoing dispute as to how much the actual tax should be on the hotel sector. So normally when we had the accommodation tax, Mr. Speaker, it was based on a percentage of the room rate that the hotel got. But Mr. Speaker, that room rate, what the actual amount is, a very elusive number, and has generated a tremendous amount of speculation on the government side that the hoteliers have been underpaying, and has given an inability to be accurate. So we're putting an absolute tax amount based on a person in the room on a per nightly basis. And so therefore this is a much easier number, Mr. Speaker, for persons to be able to ascertain. The global forecast for tourism over the next year remain uncertain as travelers remain reluctant to leave their countries, and no one can predict with certainty the timeline within which tourism will rebound. Whilst there are many uncertainties looming, we must continue to provide support and assistance to those affected by this crisis and show confidence in our local sector. Mr. Speaker, the estimated VAT revenue loss arriving from the reduction in the VAT rate from 10% to 7% is approximately $22 million. And the extension of the reduction of the VAT to 7% applicable to all services which includes food and beverage, water sports, heritage sites, and attractions, by other non-accommodation providers amounts to an additional loss of $1.3 million. This amounts to a total estimated revenue loss of $24.12 million annually. This must be compared to a scenario where rates remain the same and visitor arrivals is at a minimum and far more revenue is lost as a result. This is not an easy decision to be made, but we believe that there is a sacrifice worth making, as the mismeasure will likely keep our businesses afloat and St. Lucians employed during a difficult time. Mr. Speaker, the second part of this resolution seeks to make amendments to the terms related to accommodation for tourism purposes. These changes are being made in keeping with prior pronouncements of the imposition of an accommodation fee. This accommodation fee will fund the operations of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority. The authority will no longer be solely dependent on grants from the government, but will now have its own independent revenue source. This measure will reduce government expenditure, a development which is welcomed at this time. Mr. Speaker, under sections 10.2 of the Value Added Tax, cap 15.42, the Minister responsible for finance may, by order, specify the rate of tax for the goods and services provided by hotels and other tourism providers. Further, under section 10.4 of the Act, an order made pursuant to section 10 of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of quorum. The Act also provides under sections 109(1)(a) that the Minister of Finance may, by order, amend the schedules of the Act. So, Mr. Speaker, at this point, Mr. Speaker, Parliament is therefore invited to consider the draft orders and to allow the Minister of Finance to vary the rate of tax on goods and services provided by the hotels and other providers in the tourism sector, and to amend Schedule 2 to review the exempt supply of an accommodation service. So, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, while we're presenting this as a reduction in VAT, it must also be considered as we're putting on a new tax on the hotel sector. And as I indicated, it is intended that this will be a revenue neutral position, Mr. Speaker, but we believe it's going to create greater efficiency, Mr. Speaker, so that the tourism authority now has its own revenue stream and it will be responsible for collecting these revenues, Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax rate of goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector, order to vary the rate of tax for goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector, and the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 2, order to amend Schedule 2 of the Act. A, to set the rate of tax for goods and services provided by the hotels and other providers in the tourism sector as follows. A. The rate of 7% tax applies with regard to a supply of A, an accommodation service, B, a water sports service, C, a tour conducted by land, air, or sea within St. Lucia, and that does not include transportation provided by an external provider. 2. The rate of 10% tax applies with regard to a supply of A, food and beverages, including alcoholic beverages, by a restaurant. B, an admission service to heritage sites and other touristic attractions. B, in Schedule 2, under Item 1A, by deleting the definition of commercial rental establishment. B, by deleting the definition of dwelling and by substituting a new definition that outlines the places that are not considered a dwelling. 2, under Item 2, by deleting paragraph M and by substituting a new paragraph M to specify the type of accommodation service that is exempted. Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I don't intend to debate the tourism industry tonight. I just want to get some clarification on I haven't got the substantive act, so Schedule 2 on item 1A, deleting the definition of commercial rental establishment. I just wanted to find out what does that mean, Mr. Speaker. Basically, that's all. The debate in the tourism industry will be for some other time, as far as I'm concerned.
Honorable Prime Minister? Yeah, I'm calling that. Honorable members, Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to make sure I got it correct. So the member and other members of the House would have mentioned earlier, I believe the member from Labrie mentioned the importance of Airbnb. So there are certain dwellings that are not going to be included in the coverage of the tax. So for instance, the Airbnb, because they are contracted by Airbnb themselves, will not have to pay, they will continue to pay the 10% VAT rate, and that their head tax will be collected directly from the Airbnb directly itself. So there are dwellings or definitions of dwellings that currently are included that are taxed, and those properties now are going to be taxed differently than they currently are being taxed. So it's not that everybody now is going to be paying the VAT rate that we had, so there had to be a differentiation of those products.
Honorable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax rate of tax, goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector. Order to vary the rate of tax for goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector and the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 2. Order to amend Schedule 2 of the Act. A, to set the rate of tax for goods and services provided by hotels and other providers in the tourism sector as follows. 1. The rate of 7% tax applies with regard to a supply of A, accommodation service, B, a water sports service, C, a tour conducted by land, air, or sea within St. Lucia that does not include transportation provided by an external provider. 2. The rate of 10% tax applies with regard to a supply of A, food and beverages, including alcoholic beverages, by a restaurant. B, an admission service to heritage sites and other touristic attractions. B, in Schedule 2, under Item 1, A, by deleting the definition of commercial rental establishment. B, by deleting the definition of dwelling and by substituting a new definition that outlines the places that are not considered a dwelling. 2, under Item 2, by deleting paragraph M and by substituting a new paragraph M to specify the type of accommodation service that is exempted. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to move the following motion standing in my name. Whereas it is provided under Section 41 of the Financial Administration Act, Cap 1501, that a guarantee involving a financial liability is not binding on the government unless the Minister of Finance grants the guarantee in accordance with the enactment or with the prior approval of Parliament by a resolution of Parliament. And whereas it is further provided under Section 42 of the Finance Administration Act, Cap 1501, that any obligation arising from a guarantee given in accordance with Section 41 is a debt charge, and that all debt charges for which the government is liable shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to guarantee a loan in the amount of US $4.1 million from the International Development Association for the purpose of financing the Caribbean Regional Communications Infrastructure Program. And whereas the maximum commitment charge rate of payable on the unwithdrawn financing balance is 1/2 of 1% per annum. And whereas a service charge is payable on the withdrawn credit balance that is equal to the greater of the sum of 3/4 of 1% per annum plus a basis adjustment to the service charge, 3/4 of 1% per annum. And whereas the loan is repayable in 20 years from the date of the disbursement of the loan, and whereas the principal amount of the loan is repayable on each 15th day of February and 15th day of August of each year at a rate of 1%, commencing on the 15th day of August to 2030, to including the 15th day of February 2040, and to 2%, commencing on the 15th day of August 2040, to and including the 15th day of February 2060. Be it resolved that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of $4.1 million US from the International Development Association for the purpose of financing the Caribbean Regional Communications Infrastructure Program. Be it further resolved that the maximum commitment charge rate payable on the unwithdrawn financing balance is 1/2 of 1% per annum. B, a service charge is payable on the withdrawn credit balance that is equal to the greater 1, the sum of 3/4 of 1% per annum plus the basis adjustment to service charge. 2, 3/4 of 1% per annum. The loan is repayable in 20 years from the date of the first disbursement of the loan. The principal amount of the loan is repayable on each 15th day of February and 15th day of August of each year at a rate of 1% commencing to the 15th day of August 2030 and to include including the 15th day of February 2040. 2% commencing on the 15th day of August 2040 and including the 15th day of February 2060. Section 41(1) of the Finance Administrative Act provides that a guarantee involving a financial liability is not binding on the government unless the Minister of Finance grants the guarantee in accordance with the enactment or with the prior approval of Parliament by resolution of Parliament. It is also provided under Section 42 of the Act that any obligation arising from a guarantee given in accordance with the Section 41 is a debt charge, and all debt charges of which the government is liable is charged and paid out of the consolidated fund. The Minister of Finance considers it necessary to guarantee a loan in the amount of $4.1 million US from the International Development Association for the purpose of financing the Caribbean Regional Communication Infrastructure Program. The objective of the program is to increase access to regional broadband networks and to advance the development of an ICT-enabled service industry in St. Lucia and in the Caribbean region. The program consists of the following three parts: regional connectivity infrastructure, ICT-led innovation, and implementation support. The regional connectivity infrastructure part of the program requires the carrying out of the program of activities for technical assistance and capacity building of institutions. For 1, the design and implementation of the public-private partnership arrangements, including transactional advice and validation of design and cost for the broadband infrastructure. 2, strengthening the legal and regulatory environment to harmonize the same at the regional level and to provide effective regulation for the benefit of end users, including infrastructure sharing and open and non-discriminatory access to the IXP and the network infrastructure. B, developing of a national and cross-border infrastructure under public-private partnership arrangements required to roll out submarine and terrestrial broadband backbone networks to reduce communication infrastructure gaps and cost, including the establishment of a high-speed broadband backbone network to connect major populated areas to existing regional broadband networks and to increase cross-border connectivity. C, establishing a government intranet virtual private network to facilitate connectivity for public agencies. And D, facilitating regional and local interconnection of internet traffic, including structuring of ownership and management of IXP to reduce the cost of connectivity and increase the quality of service. The ICT-led innovation part of the program, there will be A, the carrying out of a program of activities. 1, for skills development and certification for eligible public and private training institutions and private entities through the provision of training grants. 2, for capacity building and business incubation to support development of the local ICT small and medium enterprise, to promote the creation of new ICT-enabled industry through the provision of business incubation grants to eligible local ICT small and medium enterprises. B, the carrying out of training and certification programs on IT and ITES related skills with regionally harmonized curriculum, specifically focusing on the developing the skills among the youth for the job market. C, the strengthening of the IT industry entrepreneurial base and public service delivery through the development of an e-applications and mobile-based applications to improve public service delivery. 8, implementation support involves the strengthening of the institutional capacity for implementation, management, coordination, monitoring, and evaluation of the program, and building the capacity for relevant key policy and regulatory institutions through the provision of a technical advisory service, acquisition of goods and financing of operating cost. The Minister of Finance, therefore, is seeking the approval of Parliament to guarantee borrowing for the Caribbean Regional Communications Infrastructural Development Program. Mr. Speaker, this is a critical investment, Mr. Speaker. One, in terms of improving the bandwidth that we currently have on the internet. 2, that bandwidth, 1, expands the number of people that can use it, but also the current number of persons that are using it will see increased speeds in their bandwidth. And this is critical, Mr. Speaker, because if we're going to remain competitive with the rest of the world, it's a critical investment that we must have. Mr. Speaker, I'm also very excited that a key component to this program is the development of an ICT business center in St. Lucia. We've long been saying for a lot of our younger persons that are very prolific in creation of apps and other products that are online, that this will give them a great opportunity, Mr. Speaker, of looking to start their own businesses. There are many services that we've now realized through COVID, by being here, that we can still be competitive. And certainly the cost structure that we have relative to other places in the world, that we're seeing that we think young persons have shown the acumen, and certainly to give them that leg up in order for them to get established. The other part of this project, Mr. Speaker, is the integration and harmonization of our regulations as we start producing these industries. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, that persons who are going to get engaged in this business, that they understand copywriting laws, that they understand the structure and what their accountability is from a legal basis. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm very grateful that we were able to secure this money at this time, particularly at the cost of the money, at a very, very low rate, Mr. Speaker, for a period of 20 years. Actually, sorry, for 40 years, Mr. Speaker, in total. While this will increase our debt to GDP, Mr. Speaker, but the fact is the burden on the coffers to pay this loan back are relatively inexpensive, Mr. Speaker. And when one considers the significant capacity change it's going to make both for us and our daily lives, and the opportunity for attracting more people into St. Lucia because of this additional broadband width, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, a critical component of this project is the development of our youth and giving them the opportunity now to open up their own businesses to compete on an international basis. So, Mr. Speaker, on that I hope that I can again get the support of all parliamentarians in approving this bill, this motion.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister of Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of US $4,100,000 from the International Development Association for the purpose of financing the Caribbean Regional Communications Infrastructure Program, and bid for the resolve that A, the maximum commitment charge rate payable on the unwithdrawn financing balance is 0.5% per annum. B, a service charge is payable on the withdrawn credit balance that is equal to the greater of 1, the sum of 3/4 of 1% per annum, plus the basis adjustment to the service charge. 2, 3/4 of 1% per annum. C, the loan is repayable in 20 years from the date of first disbursement of the loan. D, the principal amount of the loan is repayable on each 15th day of February and 15th day of August of each year at the rate of 1% commencing on the 15th day of August 2022 and including the 15th day of February 2040. 2% commencing on the 15th day of August 2042 and including the 15th day of February 2060. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the following motion standing in my name, Mr. Speaker. Whereas it is provided under Section 41 of the Finance Administrative Act 1501 that a guarantee involving a financial liability is not binding on government unless the Minister of Finance grants the guarantee in accordance with an enactment or with the prior approval of Parliament by a resolution of Parliament. And whereas it is further provided under Section 42 of the Finance Administration Act that any obligation arising from a guarantee given in accordance with Section 41 is a debt charge, and all debt charges for which the government is liable shall be charged on and paid out of the consolidated fund. And whereas the Minister of Finance considers it necessary to guarantee a loan in the amount of US $20 million from the International Development Association for the purpose of financing Human Capital Resilience Project. And whereas the maximum commitment charge rate payable by the unwithdrawn financing balance is 0.5% per annum, and whereas the service charge is payable on the withdrawn credit balance that is equal to the greater of A, the sum of 3/4 of 1% per annum plus the basis adjustment of the service charge, B, 3/4 of 1% per annum. And whereas the loan is repayable for 40 years from the date of the first disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a 10-year grace period. And whereas the principal amount on the loan is repayable on each 15th day of May of November of each year at the rate of 1% commencing on the 15th day of May 2030 to and including the 15th day of November 2039. 2% commencing on the 15th day of May 2040 and including the 15th day of November 2059. Be it resolved that the Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of $20 million from the International Development Association for the purpose of financing the Human Capital Resilience Project. Be it further resolved that the maximum commitment charge rate payable on the unwithdrawn financing balance is 0.5% per annum. A service charge is payable on the withdrawn credit balance that is equal to the greater of the sum of 3/4 of 1% per annum plus the basis adjustment to the service charge to 3/4 of 1% per annum. The loan is payable in 40 years from the date of this disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a 10-year grace period. The principal amount of the loan is payable on each 15th day of May and 15th day of November of each year at a rate of 1% commencing on the 15th day of May 2030 and including the 15th day of November 2039. 2% commencing on the 15th day of May at 2040 to including the 15th day of November 2059. Mr. Speaker, this resolution is before Parliament is to seek the approval to borrow $20 million from the International Development Association, also referred to as IDA, Association of the World Bank, for the Human Capital Resource Project. The objective of the projects are A, to improve the labor market relevance of skills selected in sectors, and B, increase the efficiency and coverage of social protection, SP. The project consists of the following parts. Part 1, strengthening the technical and vocational education and training, TVET. Part 2, strengthening the social protection system. Part 3, technical assistance capacity building in TVET equipment and furniture and project management. Mr. Speaker, the project intervention in TVET will directly benefit TVET instructors and students at 2 post-secondary educational institutions, 3 training institutions, 22 secondary schools, 5 special schools, and at least 230 instructors and 3,000 students are expected to benefit. Mr. Speaker, poor and vulnerable households will benefit from strengthened social protection policy and mechanisms to provide safety net support. The strengthened social protection policy framework will integrate cross-cutting issues such as the adaptive social protection approach, which will primarily benefit the population groups vulnerable to shocks through dynamic information that includes exposure and vulnerability to hazards, scalable programs, interinstitutional coordination mechanisms with disaster risk management agencies. The loan is repayable in 40 years, inclusive of a grace period of 10 years. Mr. Speaker, the maximum commitment charge rate payable on the unwithdrawn financing balance will be 1%. Mr. Speaker, the repayment of the loan shall be semi-annually, payable on May 15th and November 15th in each year, commencing May 15th, 2030. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to allow the Minister of Education, when her time comes, to deal with the TVET aspect of it, which is a critical component to this program. But I also want to speak, and I know that the Minister of Equity is here, and this has been a project, Mr. Speaker, that's very dear to the heart of this government. And that we inherited a system over the years in which we've attempted to help the vulnerable people in this society through taxation. This idea, Mr. Speaker, that somehow we're helping vulnerable people by having a zero VAT rate on food products, as if only the VAT rate was the one that was preventing persons from buying food. As you know, Mr. Speaker, we've been talking about introducing a public health insurance program. We've also now talked about the idea of having an unemployment insurance program. And we know the inadequacies of our vulnerable list. In fact, the vulnerable list that we have, Mr. Speaker, shamefully, has been limited to how much money has been put into the program, not necessarily by who needs. So in fact, even when we've been attempting to do this distribution list, there's 600 people on a standby list. And even that 600-person list, Mr. Speaker, is grossly inadequate when you go around this country. When you think of the single mothers, Mr. Speaker, who themselves have not even completed a high school education, who are living in a household in which their mother came from the same background, and even possibly in some cases their grandmother, who may only be 50 or 60 years of age, also did the same thing, Mr. Speaker. And so the idea of this social net program, Mr. Speaker, is to clearly identify those individuals, understand their vulnerabilities, and to make sure that the collective benefits that the state is providing. The idea of them getting vouchers for books, but in the case moving forward, the license fee for the e-books. The ability for them to get uniforms, their feeding vouchers, their bus transportation vouchers. If they're now going to be participating in our after-school programs, in getting sneakers and getting sports equipment. That they're making sure that the persons who are on this list and identified, that government is going to pay for their health insurance, Mr. Speaker. And why is that health insurance so critical? This is a benefit that these people currently don't get. Not even the stipends that we provide, Mr. Speaker, on the vulnerability list is adequate to provide people the health care that they need. So what they tend to do, Mr. Speaker, is go to the hospital or go to the doctor and literally live in a case of hope. And it is demoralizing, Mr. Speaker. It has to be. We can all admit to that in this room. We've met them. As if it's not bad enough, Mr. Speaker, that many of these people cannot afford this benefit. And I meet them in my own constituency, Mr. Speaker. Elderly persons who've gone to the doctor, come from an old school mindset, and don't want to owe anybody any money. So when they've gone repeatedly to a doctor or repeatedly to St. Jude's and have accumulated a bill that they cannot pay, they stop going. That's not the result that we want, Mr. Speaker. So I'm so grateful to the World Bank to clearly in their own SDAs understanding the importance of this program, making these resources available to us, Mr. Speaker, at this time. And I want to say that this is something that started pre-COVID. This is something that we actually started negotiating when we first came into government. In fact, the Minister of Education, who will explain the TVET side of it, at the invitation of the World Bank, sent a team up to Washington to look at best practices around the world, Mr. Speaker. Because certainly developing skills is the way that we're going to add value in our productive chain, but certainly to cause persons to earn a higher income because they bring more value added to the table because of their skill sets. And this is something that we have to embrace. So, Mr. Speaker, this program really encompasses three parts. One is the training program in TVET. The other one is really in materials and building. And the last one, Mr. Speaker, is in this social net program. And I know that the Minister of Equity and I are very anxious to get this program going. And we've been waiting for this program, Mr. Speaker, to look to redo our VAT rate. We cannot touch the VAT rate until we have this program in and that we are satisfied, Mr. Speaker, that if in fact we have any changes in taxation, that is not going to unduly harm those the persons who are most vulnerable. So this is the ability to identify them, put them on a software program that's integrated into the government's e-government system, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that nobody falls through the cracks. So this is something that we're very proud of, Mr. Speaker. We're very anxious to see getting implemented. And since COVID, that the urgency of getting this done is even more so than it was before. And again, this is one of those projects that where you say, pre-COVID, it was important. Post-COVID, we're very happy to know and say that it's even more important today than it was even before COVID. And I'm looking forward to the support of all parliamentarians on this very important bill, this very important motion, Mr. Speaker. And again, I want to thank the staff at the World Bank for their immense support in getting this project approved, making these monies available to do these critical projects. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, the question is that Parliament authorized the Minister for Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of US $20 million from the International Development Association for the purpose of financing the Human Capital Resilience Project. Be further resolved that A, the maximum commitment charge rate payable on the unwithdrawn financing balance is 0.5% per annum. B, a service charge is payable on the withdrawn credit balance that is equal to the greater of 1, the sum of 0.75% per annum, plus the basis adjustment to the service charge. 2, 0.75% per annum. C, the loan is repayable in 40 years from the date of first disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a 10-year grace period. D, the principal amount of the loan is repayable on each 15th day of May and 15th day of November of each year at a rate of 1% commencing on the 15th day of May 2020 to and including the 15th day of November 2039. 2% commencing on the 15th day of May 2040 to and including the 15th day of November 2059. Honorable Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I may disappoint members opposite in that they may be surprised at what I would say. Mr. Speaker, I will not stand here and oppose a bill that deals with humanity, saying about people, dealing with people, Mr. Speaker. I will not do that. That is what our party is made up, Mr. Speaker, saying about people from the time of George F.L. Charles, when he swore about representation for workers, equal pay for men and women, putting people in unions so they can defend their rights, Mr. Speaker, protecting workers. So our party hasn't got to come and talk and boast about doing things to people. That's what we are made up of. That's our DNA, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, it worries me. It worries me, Mr. Speaker, when I hear certain statements, Mr. Speaker. The Prime Minister says that we think the only way to save people is by giving them food, by putting VAT 0% on food, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Maslow hierarchy of wants. Food first, shelter and clothing. Food is first, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, zero-rated VAT items. That is what the zero-rated VAT items do, Mr. Speaker. It causes the price of basic foodstuff, something the economist calls a given good, to remain at a particular price. Now, when these goods stay at a particular price, they disobey the law of demand, in that the price, the supply and demand do not follow the market rates, Mr. Speaker. So people who consume these goods, they move away and they consume other goods of a higher nutritional value, etc. That's the basic concept, Mr. Speaker, as it relates to zero-rated items on food. It is to cause people of a lower income bracket to have a basic amount of food or basic quality of food so they can survive. That's the only reason. It's not the only thing that the Labour Party wants to do for poor people. Cannot be, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, I'm more concerned on how we seem not to want our people to think. And I heard some very damaging statements made here this morning. Very damaging, Mr. Speaker. And if you're speaking about human capital and the development of the human brain, Mr. Speaker, developing people mentally, Mr. Speaker, you cannot tell them how to oppose certain issues. You cannot tell people that they must oppose what you think they have to oppose. People have the right to oppose what they think they can oppose in their own deliberate judgment. So this morning, when I heard statements of criticism against people protesting and people saying that things are wrong in their own eyes, and I heard all kinds of accusations about politics and politicians, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this morning we said that many of these projects are politically motivated. And everybody said, no, it's not politics at all, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, you know, up to yesterday, active campaigning during COVID was being done by members of the United Workers' Party. Look at one. A poster being distributed all over my constituency yesterday during COVID with no social distancing. You'll find out. But we come here and we talk about politics. Oh, you're in politics, Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the active, I'm speaking about development of human capital, Mr. Speaker. The active politicking that's taking place now, Mr. Speaker, is something we have to talk about. Because we believe, Mr. Speaker, that it is the only people inside who are politicians are us. Everybody else is a person who wants to see about the development of St. Lucia. And you see, you guys are wicked because only us, 6 of us, are the only politicians. Everybody here is not a politician. They came here by praying. They prayed and they went to church, and although some of them had a cassock during the elections. They prayed, Mr. Speaker, a cassock here and candles. They prayed and they prayed, Mr. Speaker, and they won elections. So they come here and they attack everybody. You're not politicians, Mr. Speaker. You're not politicians. They are not politicians. Actively, Mr. Speaker, they engage in politics with COVID, during COVID, and up to yesterday, they were politicking. They're visiting people, making all kinds of promises, but Mr. Speaker, but we must not, but for us, we are politicians. We are politicians, distributing pamphlets, making promises. Mr. Speaker, but I want to get back, Mr. Speaker, to the money we are borrowing today. I want to get back to it, Mr. Speaker. I want to get back to it, Mr. Speaker. I want to get back, Mr. Speaker. When you hear these pious statements about we are so good and you guys are so wicked and you guys don't like people, Mr. Speaker, the proof of the eating is in the pudding, Mr. Speaker, because the evidence is there. The evidence of politicking. Thank you. At least you teach me something for once.
Honorable.
The truth. Mr. Speaker.
Continue, Honorable
Mr.
Member.
Speaker. They want, Mr. Speaker, all of us here aspire to be in government. But no, put your aspirations on hold. The aspirations only for one side. Mr. Speaker, who wants to be opposition in politics? No. But they pretend that they were praying and they got into government. So they said nothing. They never said nothing about nobody. They just stayed there and they get into government, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that's not fair. I'm talking about human capital. You can't come in the highest decision-making body of the country and spread misinformation, Mr. Speaker. It is our right, as we develop our people, to oppose. It's our right to give arguments, to push our side. It's our right, Mr. Speaker, to try to convince people for us to get into government for the benefit of the people of St. Lucia. That's our right, and it's a right that we must preserve for our democracy, Mr. Speaker. Because you can't speak about human capital and for our democracy. It is very good that people have a right to protest, people have a right to oppose, and people have a right to say what they believe is not right. And that is a right that we'll preserve, and everybody should preserve it, Mr. Speaker. So these pious statements, Mr. Speaker, are statements that we must desist from making them. But, Mr. Speaker, this human capital loan, many things in there, Mr. Speaker, we agree. But if what has happened under the CDP is the same, what I need to find out, Mr. Speaker, is how will constituencies managed or constituencies where opposition members are involved, how will we benefit from that loan? Because if we have to look at the example of the CDP, we have little hope, Mr. Speaker. We have little hope. Because, Mr. Speaker, many things. I'm the parliamentary representative for Cashews East. And I'll make that point, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, throughout the 4-year period, Mr. Speaker, for the 4-year period, I, as parliamentary representative, once I got 200 mass from the ministry, from the government. Once 200 mass, only once. I got 200 mass from the government, Mr. Speaker. I have not been consulted on one program. One program. Nor the CDB, the CDP for my constituency. So I am very worried, Mr. Speaker. The Ministry of Infrastructure, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Infrastructure, the officials at the Ministry of Infrastructure called me and asked me if I have any priorities.
Lucky?
Yes, they called me. I gave them my priorities, Mr. Speaker. I gave them my
How long
priorities.
was that?
That's about a year and a half ago, 2 years. Yeah.
2 years ago?
But, Mr. Speaker, you see, from that time, no official of the ministry has called me and said to me, do you think we should do this drain or that drain? I write the minister, and to his credit, he responds. He responds.
What does he say?
I'll look into it. And on some occasions, Mr. Speaker, after I've written him, he has done some potholing for me that I appreciate. Because it is not for me, you know. You see, when you treat people in certain parts of the country in a certain way because they elected certain representatives, you not affect us, you know. Mr. Speaker, I have a facility in my constituency that my friend, that the Minister of Equity opened. It costs over $1 million, Mr. Speaker. The minister came to the boulevard. He got a good welcome. I said to my people, take it easy. I said, Minister, clap for him. Clap for him. I treated him well in my constituency. I brought him. Yes, I asked him to clap for him because they tell me boss man all of it. I said, yeah, right. I gave him. He came to my constituency. I welcomed him. He sat in the facility. We toured it together as politicians should do. I started it. He completed it. He and the Ministry of and Cashews Constituency Conference. Human Capital Development. A facility that wasn't built by me, you know. It was built by the Caribbean Development Bank through the Basic Needs Trust Fund at the time, and then the Poverty Reduction Fund. A delegation from the CDB came to St. Lucia. There was a social and economic study done on the facility, Mr. Speaker. They saw it was worthy. It was worthy. There was a project that they started in 2011, some walls in the Marshall Boulevard, that I continued. When you talk about what I did in my constituency, which I did, Mr. Speaker. In that program, the World Bank said that they ought to have some facilities built in that constituency. But we had already applied to the Caribbean Development Bank through the Basic Needs Trust Fund, then the Poverty Reduction Fund to build the facility. Human capital, development of humans, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the facility, we, through the Ministry of Physical Development, acquired the land for the facility. The facility was built by tender. The facility was equipped as a modern facility, Mr. Speaker, a modern facility. I said the minister opened it, and everything was good. Mr. Speaker, when they employed people to work in that facility, nobody consulted me. I didn't complain because it's for people Because, you know, Mr. Speaker, that's not the way I win elections, Mr. Speaker. I'm a master at winning elections. I'm a master. I'm a master at winning elections. So these kind of things don't faze me. I've won 5 times. I'll win 6 and 7 and 8 if I want. So when you make the people in the Marshall Boulevard suffer, so the facility was built, Mr. Speaker, and the Kashi City Council put in some people to work there. Suddenly, Mr. Speaker, they withdrew the people and the facility went into disrepute. I wrote, I begged, I said, please, that's not for me. That is not for me. Do not leave it. Please, I'm begging you. I did not write the Ministry of Equity. I wrote the Castries Constituency Council, Mr. Speaker. I begged them, Mr. Speaker. They allowed the facility to go into disrepute during COVID. When you talk about washing hands, no water. Mr. Speaker, they left it, they allowed it, they closed it. It's closed up to this day, Mr. Speaker, up to this day. They refused. When the time came to repair it, Mr. Speaker, it would not cost $10,000 to get going. They left it, Mr. Speaker. It's closed now. And the people in the boulevard, because they voted, although in that box, I only won by a few votes in the boulevard box. They left it, Mr. That hurt my heart, Mr. Speaker. Because I said during COVID, these people need to wash their hands. And you have a facility and you keep it closed because you want to make the parliamentary representatives suffer because you want to win the seats. Leaving it closed will not make me lose the seat, you know. So you may believe that's nothing. So you talk about, you can't talk about toilet facility in Marshall. You know why I talk about it? Because the people there feel it. The people there know what it is not to have a facility, particularly during COVID, Mr. Speaker. And the poor people in the boulevard, up to this day, it's closed. I have begged, Mr. Speaker. But just because you believe you want to make me lose elections, you leave it closed and let Pierre suffer. It's not Pierre that's suffering, Mr. Speaker. It's the people in the boulevard that are suffering, Mr. Speaker. So I'm saying it again, in that human capital development program, when speaking about people's needs, Mr. Speaker, please, please, I'm begging you, on behalf of the people of the George Charles Boulevard, to fix that facility. Because the people need it. And even though you all fixed it or not, Mr. Speaker, I won't have the outcome of the elections. It will not be, nothing will happen to it if you fix it or fix it. Please, because the people need it, Mr. Speaker. The people need it. Mr. Speaker, so I hope that in the disbursement of funds and choosing people for this human capital that you're speaking about, all the objectives are laudable. And the problems with the objectives, when we're speaking about computers for children, Mr. Speaker, in my constituency office, long before they had all these things, I had computers in my office. So much so a fella I beat tried to copy me, and he lost. John been computers in his office too. But that was, I still beat him. I started this. I started computers in the constituency. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, so when they tried all them things on me, I just laugh. Again, twice. So, Mr. Speaker, the business... So, the business of computers, Mr. Speaker, is something I started. So I won't come here and I won't start computers in my constituency. So I won't come here and complain or go against allowing people access to computers. I won't do that. So they expect me to do that, Mr. Speaker. But what I'm saying, Mr. Speaker, is that we have to uplift the quality of human capital in terms of our ability to analyze, and we need our ability to analyze, Mr. Speaker, and our ability to accept and understand that criticisms will come and criticisms must come, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I hope that under this program, we begin to teach our students their history. Their history, Mr. Speaker. We need, in our education of our students, using the funds from there, we need to teach our students their history. their African history, their European history, and their Indian history, teach them their history and their heritage. It's very important, Mr. Speaker, that we teach our children in the development, Mr. Speaker, under this program. I hope that we develop a more rounded individual, an individual with an ability to think, an individual who understands his civic duty. And I think civics should be included in that program, because we need people who can think, we need people who can analyze, we need people who can holistically develop so to help the country develop. And the need and the ability or the desire to help people doesn't belong to one side. When you hear members of the government speak, you believe that we are agents of evil, and all of the one for St. Lucia is bad. That we've not done anything. You hear the Prime Minister, you have no credibility, or all sorts of things, all kinds of things, Mr. Speaker. This morning, we were speaking about, Mr. Speaker, we were speaking about workers and their pay and their salary, Mr. Speaker. We were speaking about workers and their pay, and the Prime Minister made a whole story about the opposition pulled out of the negotiations, etc. And he said something about apostles of the opposition. Apostles. Mr. Speaker, our memory short. We remember what the present Minister of Health was. Again, that's why we need to help our people think. Apostles, calling the trade union people apostles of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Where was the present Minister of Health? Where was she, Mr. Speaker? Yes, he said that. He said, you always he said apostles. He was speaking about apostles of the opposition, Mr. Speaker. Apostles. But what was the Minister of Health? But Mr. Speaker, then the Prime Minister speaks about workers in their human development and tries to accuse me of speaking about the BOSS program in Barbados. The BOSS program is significantly different to the 50% pay cut for civil servants. Different. I'm speaking about human capital. Completely different, Mr. Speaker. The BOSS program in Barbados, Mr. Speaker, just briefly, 2 minutes. $3,000 to $4,000, Mr. Speaker, 7%. $4,000 to $8,000 per month, 12%. $8,000 a month extra, up 17%. And it says, Mr. Speaker, it says, these bonds, so not 50%, 7%, 12%, and 17%. And they can seamlessly be converted into cash, Mr. Speaker. 18 months. I won't hide it, that's a fact. Mr. Speaker, but it's fundamentally different. And the reason why, Mr. Speaker, the opposition did not remain in the talks, because it was not consultation. But you heard the Prime Minister himself, there was no consultation. The Prime Minister laid something on the table. When he got opposition, he said, stop it. When he got opposition, that's what he said, stop it. Mr. Speaker, no, you expect us. Mr. Speaker, everybody, people, all of us here, men and women, we were elected, you know. We were elected. Nobody made us a favor to come here. Each one of us were elected. So you can't believe that we'll be in something when you tell public servants, stop it. You have to, there must be a level of respect for elected members. So we decided that we could not remain in any so-called consultation where what we were getting were almost directives, Mr. Speaker. And that is why. And that's why we prepared an economic package. We sent it, these were our recommendations. We sent it to the Minister of Finance. So we made recommendations. We had a point of view. Our point of view was sent to the Minister of Finance. He did not find it fitting to put our point of view for discussion also. Here's what we said, here's what the opposition is proposing. Let's debate it. No, that's where you have consultation. That's where you have consultation. That's our position, that's their position. Let's debate it. Then you have consultation, and we come to a consensus. That's what consultation is all about. So we did not leave because we weren't interested. We left because we thought that we were being treated like people who had to listen. That's why, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I will not oppose this loan. I can't oppose this loan. I can't oppose this loan. If I oppose this loan, it will be against the basic tenets of what me, the forefathers of my party, the founders of my party, and other members of the parliament stand for. We can't oppose it. What we ask for is equity. We ask for equal treatment. We ask for respect. We ask for treating us as elected members. And we ask for this government to stop this condemnation and this name-calling and this improper motives being hurled at members of the opposition anytime we stand up and put our point of view. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Mekong North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the motion before us. And if I may, it is commendable to hear the verve with which the leader of the opposition, though not in these exact words, but evidently is in support of what we are doing this evening. It's interesting, Mr. Speaker, after having listened to the debate on the first motion and attempts by the opposition to poke holes and to identify gaps that they imagined, to allege that the focus was on physical infrastructure, that here we are on the same day within the same parliamentary debate, 3 motions on demonstrating our commitment to the holistic development of the people of this country. Mr. Speaker, I beg for your patience, as indicated by the Honourable Member for Mico South and Minister for Finance, that the motion before us today that seeks to address some of the areas we have long lamented with respect to social safety nets and enhancing the employability of our people, especially those who would fall within the wider ambit of technical persons. That would have been a little over 2 years ago that we started a conversation with the World Bank. And I don't know whether you would recall, Mr. Speaker, that in previous years, I think it might have been one of our budget debates, that the word resilience featured quite prominently. And we went through great length, Mr. Speaker, to explain that for us, is not limited to the intuitive thinking or the common or ordinary meaning of the word as we tend to think in our space, that of physical resilience, but we spoke of fiscal and financial resilience. We spoke of human resilience, among others. And that thinking is what, in large measure, has informed what we have before us today by way of an IDA facility to address the holistic development of our people and to speak to human capital resilience in particular. I recall 4 years ago when I had my first meeting with the TVET Council and the TVET team at the ministry, that one of the things I implored them to consider is to cure this misnomer that technical was a non-academic endeavor. That in the education sector in our society, we have this artificial demarcation between subjects that we perceive to be academic and the fallacy of what we perceive as non-academic subjects. And I endeavor to cure that because that is precisely one of the things that has and continues to affect how parents view their children who are inclined in a particular way and gravitate towards technical and vocational subjects. We also address the financing gap, that even in terms of how resources were allocated, especially within the secondary schools for the pursuit of these subjects, many of the teachers lamented the fact that there was no adequate facility for subjects, that the teachers themselves had not necessarily benefited from extensive professional training to enhance their own capacity and their ability to deliver those subjects. And thirdly, that with respect to CVQs in particular, that we use many industry professionals who themselves had not received sufficient training in pedagogy, and so we could not match their industry skills or capacity with the ability to deliver that capacity in the classroom. So this IDA facility, Mr. Speaker, addresses these issues. And I want for us to recall when Prime Minister invited me to attend that meeting in Washington at the invitation of the World Bank, and thank you, Prime Minister, I insisted, because at the time it was as strictly an education conversation. And I said, given the portfolio that I hold and the philosophy that undergirds much of what we do, and that is to endeavor to address many of the issues simultaneously. For that reason, I asked the Prime Minister, may I ask my Director for Gender Relations to accompany me? May I ask as well, naturally, for those from the education side, I think it was the PS and maybe the DPS as well, and also a team from sustainable development, so that a conversation with the World Bank would be a holistic conversation. And that is why, as that program unfolds, you will see that it addresses simultaneously the issue of technical training in the education system, lifelong learning, retooling and reskilling. It affords a second chance to those perhaps who would have fallen out of the formal education system. There is a particular gender sensitivity infused in the program as well to ensure that single mothers, single-parented households, that these parents benefit from this program with adequate arrangements for their children while they pursue the training that will be born out of a program such as this. You will observe too, Mr. Speaker, that this program endeavors to ensure that the skills that our St. Lucians receive are transferable and comparable. By that I mean that there is compatibility with similar offerings in other regions, so that should they migrate, that their certification can hold equally in other jurisdictions. You will notice too, Mr. Speaker, over time that we allow for greater opportunity for immersion in the industry. Much of the teaching in technical and vocational education is still too confined to the classroom. And may I take the opportunity to thank our partners in the private sector for the internship opportunities afforded to many of our students who pursue technical vocational subjects in the education system. And there's more of that available if we can formalize the arrangements, if these can be institutionalized, and allow for that seamless cross-fertilization of experience and academic exposure in terms of the formal exchange of the information or imparting of the information in a classroom setting. So, Mr. Speaker, I am really excited that, you know, shy of 2 years, here we are, that this is coming to fruition. In fact, at that meeting, I remember making a very strong case for wanting to see this conversation materialize before my senior years. Because I remember when we opened the Dennery Infant School a couple years ago, I remarked that never would I have thought that while in a previous life I worked alongside the former Prime Minister, Minister King, never did I imagine that 6 years on that I'll be at a ribbon-cutting ceremony of the very same kind of issues and facilities that we had lobbied for. So at that meeting in Washington, I begged for them to correct and to narrow the hurdles, the administrative hurdles that sometimes dissuade us from pursuing those facilities because they take so long to come to fruition. So I really want to say thank you to the World Bank team. I feel confident that they listened, they heard, and here we are seeing this come to fruition. It is a facility that, and I must say this because I hear suggestions of some kind of partisan consideration with respect to the implementation of the programs that will be born out of this. And I really want to cure that notion early on, and to say that this will benefit all St. Lucians. I see no reason for any member on the opposite bench or anybody to be fearful or paranoid about who the beneficiaries or who the natural beneficiaries are. The natural beneficiaries are St. Lucians, and the programs that will spin off of this facility are carved in such a way that those most in need will receive the training, all with the ambition to enhance the employability of our citizens, to enhance their earning power, to empower them to work not only in St. Lucia but in other jurisdictions as well. I must also indicate, because I hear this reference ever so often, that we should reintroduce civics in school. In fact, it is that conversation that allowed for us shortly after assuming office to introduce a course entitled Education for Democratic Citizenship. So I want to correct that notion as well, that we do not teach civics. We heard the public, we heard stakeholders, and in fact, when I thought I was making some path-breaking pronouncement that we should reintroduce civics in school, my darlings in the ministry, the officers said, you know, Minister, we had worked on something like this years ago in the usual fashion somewhere. And I said, can you please pull this off the shelf? And it was really this. It was the curriculum, the program for education for democratic citizenship, which is a long way of saying civics. Similarly, this notion about history and how history is taught in school. I did history here in St. Lucia. I remember we studied from the people who came book 1, book 2. We studied the Nina, the Pinta, the Santa Maria, the Atlantic trade, all these fantastic things. What I will say about history, and it's a view that I have long held, and I know some of my colleagues will appreciate this, the very philosophical underpinning of history should not be assumed as one that is altruistic in and of itself. So teaching history as a subject does not correct all the things that we think we care about or worry about or need to address. What you teach is important. How you teach is important. I will end on this note to say that following on from the leader of the opposition's submission that we should teach our Indian history, our European history, our black history, I will say that we teach all of these things from a perspective of empowerment and victory and not one of victimhood. And that when we teach those things in the way they ought to be taught, we must never denounce or downplay that running through the veins of St. Lucians, of Caribbean people, given our multiple roots, that we have over time demonstrated a strength and resilience that is nearly incomparable. And that is how we should teach our history. And I want for us to recall also that under another facility, we are undertaking a comprehensive review of the curriculum, history being one of the subjects that will be addressed as well. So let me thank you, Mr. Minister for Finance and member for Micoud South. I think that early on you shared in that vision, and the TVET fraternity, if I should call them that, they too have been waiting anxiously for this, and we in the ministry are eager to see the outcome of this. It is also indicative of the value of interagency collaboration, because we collaborated very closely with our colleague, Minister and Member for Grosley and his team, and that is why this project is really pluralistic in its intent, and I am confident that the outcome will be something that all of St. Lucia will be very, very proud of. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member for Grosley.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, mindful of the late hour, and I'll just be very brief. I think it would be remiss of me if I didn't just say a few words on this motion before us right here. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, this motion has my full support. As mentioned during the member for Micoud South's contribution, there is a component that will be administered by the Ministry of Equity, Social Justice, Local Government and Empowerment. And that has to do with the safety net program. Now, earlier in this morning, we heard allegations, accusations, the usual propaganda, that we as a government do not cater for social development. We do not see about the needs of. Needless to say, as the member for Micoud North quite rightly pointed out, that has been debunked by the realities before us. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we look at development, we look at holistic development. When we look at catering for our people, we consider all aspects of their development. And so it is not only economic development, we look at social development as well. Now, understand, Mr. Speaker, the reason why there was collaboration between the social services and the Ministry of Equity, Gender Relations, Sustainable Development, it is because that in and of itself, by its nature, is a social program. Hence the reason why we have included the component of the safety net program that our ministry, our government is pursuing. Now, what does that safety net program do for us? By and large, government after government provide social programs. And you hear all kinds of, again, allegations, accusations, and propaganda about politicizing the programs and politicians discriminating against individuals based on partisan affiliation. Mr. Speaker, we want to put this to an end. And the Social Safety Net Program will provide for St. Lucia an objective means of determining who is in fact deserving on merit the assistance that is to be given to the citizens of St. Lucia. And so I welcome this program, not only for the justice that it will serve, but also I have always been for the fact that as a poor country, we should be more targeted in our social programs. And when the member for Micoud South mentioned that zero rating some items such as food does not necessarily in and of itself serve the good of poor people and the indigent. That is a fact. Because if you do not have money to begin with, you cannot buy the food. And so when we talk about targeting, we want to ensure that those who are deserving and in need of the assistance, in fact, get the assistance. And I am also adding, those who do not need it, do not get it. And I say so because we have limited resources. But we provide subsidies and all kinds of social assistance for people who are in a position to take care of themselves. And you have heard the Minister of Finance member for Mico South on occasions mention the fact that when we subsidize the basic commodities such as rice, flour, and sugar, we do it across the board. I think a lot of savings can be realized, and of course, I think everyone is familiar with my proposal, my suggestion as to what that money could be utilized for. Of course, it can be plowed back into our social programs. And so I want to say that this will go a long way in alleviating the plight of our citizens, particularly the vulnerable, the poor, and the indigent. And as such, Mr. Speaker, I give my full support to the motion before us, and I encourage every member to give their full support, and at the same time, the acknowledgement of the fact that St. Lucia's development has to take place holistically, consider all pillars. While we are pushing for economic development, for the survival of this country and the alleviation of the plight of the very poor and indigent that we talk about, we have to ensure in the meantime that we put the social programs in place to assist them in the current situation, to alleviate their plight, and to be sure that as a country we show conscience, that we show concern, and we show regard for the less fortunate among us. Once again, Mr. Speaker, my full support, and I anticipate that we will have 100% approval. The leader of the opposition has led the way. I expect the others to do the same. Thank you.
Member for Castro, sir.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, Castries East, leader of the opposition, expressed his support for this motion, and he expressed also that the idea of human capital resilience defines what the Labour Party is all about. Mr. Speaker, when I received the document from Parliament on this project I knew very little about, I went to the World Bank site and I got the official press release from the World Bank as to what it was about. And I got very excited. And I looked forward to today's discussion on this motion. And based on what the World Bank document, media release courtesy the World Bank, and I can make it a document of the House, and not any from what was said, but in some ways, there are some differences that's important. It says, for example, the project will offer skills training, particularly to youth and women, and provide poor households with improved social protection coverage. So I'm already starting to think, what is this really about? 20 million US dollars, which is about 52 million EC dollars. How will 52 million EC dollars be spent on human capital resilience in St. Lucia? And I came here, I listened to the member from Mico South, trying to understand what is this project all about. I listened to the member from Mico South, and I egg her on to speak understand what is this all about. And I listened to the member from Rosalie, and he said, brief. And he spoke about social safety nets, and I'm waiting to hear what is this project all about. $50-odd million. Is it a 5-year program? Is it a 2-year program? Is it a 10-year program? I am sitting there trying to understand what this is about, because I felt excited when I read this, and how it is I can use it in my constituency or for my constituents to benefit. I heard the member from Mico South spoke about TVET education. Is this another TVET? Is this money for another TVET program in the schools? She spoke about lifelong learning. Is this money to support NELP? If there is still NELP, the National Enrichment Learning. What is it about? Is it about buying equipment for schools to teach TVET? What is this dollars going to be spent? Nobody said how long is the project, what are the activities under the project, how much money is allocated to each activity.
Program content.
On the program content, I mean, I don't want to use, words that, there's no specificity of what this is about. I would have loved to hear it. So, is this going to be used to buy equipment for schools? Is NSDC going to get money from this? Are we going to build more NSDC centers, for example? Are other agencies in St. Lucia going to get money to do training that NSDC is already doing? I don't know. I don't know how many members opposite know the details of how this $52 million we're borrowing will be spent. And I want to know. I want to know. If we are going to, again, Mr. Speaker, strange, if we are being asked to vote and approve this, it cannot be on the basis of the brevity with which this was dealt with. It cannot be. This is $52 million. And there are no allegations being made. I expect to hear more. I expect to understand the details of what this is all about. Explain it to us. I want to sit here and visualize this is a 5-year project. Each year we'll be spending about $10 million. X will be spent on this. This will be spent on that. I heard the member from Rosalie says basically that almost as if suggesting what will be done is to be able to ensure that people who deserve social assistance actually get it. That was the one activity I heard from what he said. And I don't disagree with him on that. But what more is there? When it speaks of creating social safety nets and protecting the vulnerable, $52 million, Mr. Speaker. I'm excited about this. I love the idea of a human capital resilience project in St. Lucia. I love it. But I don't know what's in it. And I'm disappointed, Mr. Speaker, really disappointed. Mr. Speaker, and you have to bear with me because when it comes to those issues, I'm very suspicious of the other side. I'm very suspicious. I know there's some good men over there. They are a couple. I know some of them long enough to know that their heart is in the right place, Mr. Speaker. Some of them. I mean, some of them, Mr. Speaker. I'm not going to call out names, Mr. Speaker.
You're generous tonight.
I'm very generous, I am, I know. But, Mr. Speaker, the SMILE program was stopped, Mr. Speaker. A program for single mothers was stopped by the other side, by this government. The Fire Distress Fund was stopped by this government, and despite all that is said, available now that fire distress victims. That's not true, Mr. Speaker. That's not true. Or maybe if it exists, and the member from Grosley may not like me to say it, but maybe only certain people benefit from it. We were in this house and we were reminded by the member from Mico South that persons with plywood houses probably should get insurance for their houses. I am a little suspicious when I hear. You never said this? You never said that? Okay. I'll show you the clip tomorrow, Mr. Speaker. STEP, Mr. Speaker, and I had reason during the estimates to say to the member for Grocery that the allocation for STEP this year was reduced. Mr. Speaker. So you can understand why I'm a little suspicious when the other side speaks about their commitment to those social safety nets and protect individuals. I heard the president of the National Council for the Physically Disabled, Mr. James, very eloquently speak of the need to protect vulnerable people, especially in these times. That it is in times like now, with this coronavirus, that we have to make the extra effort to make sure that vulnerable people get support, and not just get support, but get it on time, because social assistance has been delayed, payments have been delayed, and he said it. He said it, and I can play the clip if you want to hear it, Mr. Speaker. So there's a crying need in this country for vulnerable people to be assured the support that they need. So I am suspicious. Mr. Speaker, I hear about the laptop program, and the member from Mico South spoke about the new devices they will have. But, you know, I am happy to hear that they will get more devices. But are they getting devices? Because I know in my constituency, there are children crying out, and they can't even participate in online learning now because they don't have devices. They don't have. And I know the schools are using Zoom, and they do not even have the paid Zoom, where you have beyond the trial 30 minutes, whatnot. So teachers start to teach, 45 minutes or whatever comes up, it cuts off, and everybody has to sign in again. The ministry cannot even make sure every school in this country have paid service where the Zoom class can have unlimited number, unlimited time. Just think about that. In this crisis, when we're saying teach online, you still have classes where teachers have to wait and everybody get cuts off because the time expires. The ministry cannot even get that in place for our teachers to teach in schools. How much does it cost this government? I think I pay about $19 a month for my subscription. I think about 19 US. So you have children in schools with no devices, and schools don't even have the facility, the platform to teach. But we hear talk about new devices, and new devices, and new devices. And then I'm hearing tonight that they have to pay $250 a year subscription for the license. Now, some of those parents can't even buy uniforms for the children, huh? Can't buy uniforms for the children. But I guess Department of Equity will deal with some of those issues. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm always suspicious when this government speaks about their commitment. And certainly, you know, as a government that has not demonstrated a commitment. People are still crying out for their assistance from NIC. There are people that have not received money from NIC right now. And do you know how they call NIC? Nothing is coming. Because they've been waiting so long from NIC. Nothing is coming. NIC. Yes, that's what it stands for. Now, Mr. Speaker, that cannot be right. We are already in June, and there are people who still cannot get the assistance. So when you tell me about your commitment and your empathy, I'm a little suspicious. And for the other program where you are not NIC contributor, there are ads saying to apply to gotv.lc and you will get assistance. Now that one, I mentioned it last week. Which department of government is responsible for processing those payments and making those payments? Nobody has said. And I meet people every day who ask me if they from this. And only this morning, a couple of individuals stopped me right outside asking me about those programs and how they can benefit. It's already in June. And a couple of them were vendors, and you know what they said to me? Even now in COVID, they still come and collect $6, I think, a day for their tray. I think there's one fee for tents, another fee if you have a tray. So CCC still expects them every day to pay for having a tray. And they're suffering. We heard in recent times, Mr. Speaker, boat operators complaining bitterly about the interaction of the Department of Tourism. That they've been told that the country is opening up and the only boats that will be allowed to operate are catamarans. And they're saying to them that makes no sense. Because if people want to social distance and a family of 2 or 3 comes to St. Lucia and they want to go and take a trip somewhere, they're not going to go on a catamaran with 50 to 100 people and elected members in there who own boats. So they know about those things. And the boat operators are angry about it because they see their livelihood being, threatened. The taxi operators, I'm sure the member from Castro South is, and maybe the member from Answer knows a lot more about it, but the taxi drivers are complaining, saying that they've told them they need to go and get re-registered and a whole set of details. And the thing about it is that I don't know the details, so I'm not going to pass judgment. But the fact is, in these times of crisis, people want to feel empathy. They want to feel you care about them. And they want to feel that there is a support structure helping them face the crisis. Because there's a lot of psychological pressure, Mr. Speaker, in these COVID times, Serious psychological pressure. I know it, I'm feeling it. I'm getting lazy. My usual schedule has been hampered. My hours has been curtailed. The Minister of Health saying everybody should be in by 9 o'clock or else it's witchcraft you're involved in or something like that. So my hours, Mr. Speaker, because some of us are hyperactive, we're active, we're all over the place, and all of a sudden you find yourself to be constrained in a house for so many hours. Far less persons that cannot even understand where their next meal will come from, their salary will come from. There's immense psychological pressure, Mr. Speaker, for those individuals. And they're not feeling that the government cares about them. They're not feeling it. So again, Mr. Speaker, you can understand, my deep interest to hear what this was about, but also my little suspicion as to exactly what's going on. I mean, I heard the Prime Minister today in speaking about Barbados. The Bajans named their program BOSS. And like the Prime Minister of Barbados said, the program is like a boss. An optional program. And this is how they design the program in public servants. They can decide they want to cash in their bonds. And if they do it by a certain date, the government will replace the bonds with cash for them if they need their full salary. Of course, if they do it after a certain date, they'll get it at a discounted amount. Sorry? How much time do you have to hold it? I think 18 months or up to 5 years. Every 6 months they get the interest. But there are 2 significant things. An individual can decide that I want my full salary, and they will get their full salary. They can decide to do so. And you say, no, Mr. Speaker, if you want, I can print the entire document from the government of Barbados. Boss, a personal guide. I have it right on my phone. It was sent to me. So I'm sure if the Prime Minister read it like me, he would understand it like me. The interest rate is different. You have the option to say, I want my full salary this month because I'll need my full salary. And say, I don't want my full salary. I will take the investment. It's optional. It's optional, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would really wish that justice is done to this program. I really would wish this. I don't know what's in this. I really don't. The member for Mico South and the member for Rosalie has not satisfied us in this House what this $52 million will be spent on. I would love to see a program that truly builds human resilience. Think about it. All of us in our constituencies, we know, and I think the member from Mico South made a point, about training. And I can say to you, you want our individuals to have the right mindset. We want to strengthen our human. We want persons who are unemployed to change their mindset about employment and about acquiring skills. Mr. Speaker, I'll share with you something. When I was recruited to work at McKinsey & Company, and I said to them, I had never done any business subjects before. You know, I'm philosophy, I'm politics, you know, I did economics, but I'm not involved in corporate finance. And they said to me, all they're interested in is your capacity to learn. That once you have learned how to unlearn and to relearn, that's the kind of workers they wanted. And we need to start telling our young people that their mindset towards learning have to change. We have to get them to understand the need for them to acquire the skills to learn new professions, Mr. Speaker. We have young people in communities, their mother has never worked, their grandfather never worked, and they're growing up in households where they don't even know the ethic of working hard. And we need to start working in their mindset. How be motivated to get up and go and learn skills and to pursue a profession and look for a job. And if they do not, if they're working in the hotel sector and it's not really working out for them, they can move into another sector and they know how to get the skills to move into another sector. But we have young people now that are not motivated to work, and we call them lazy. We say they're no good, and they get involved in all kinds of, you know, antisocial activities. So we have to start working on their mindset. When you start talking about human resilience, Mr. Speaker, human capital resilience, it has to start there, Mr. Speaker. And tonight is not a night for me to give you all my thoughts as to what we can do as a society to empower our young people, empower our young women. And $52 million can go a long way in doing this, Mr. Speaker. $52 million we're borrowing. Our own dream of having a youth economy, to get young people to do it the way they like to do it and create sustainable livelihoods, Mr. Speaker. The youth economy is about human capital resilience. It's about strengthening our base, our human resources, Mr. Speaker, that we can make our country a prosperous country. $52 million can go a long way in doing that. I hope this is not another loan for more TVET equipment in schools. I'm not saying it's not needed. For more TVET training. I hope it is more than that, Mr. Speaker. But I don't know. I don't know. Yeah. And I would love, Mr. Speaker, and I'm not saying I'm against the loan and the concept of human resilience, human capital resilience. I'm not saying that. But an injustice has been done to what is probably a wonderful concept. But I've not heard much tonight to tell me that it is a wonderful concept. I've not heard it. And I really look forward to it. This is the main reason why I came to Parliament today, to hear about this. I was tempted this morning to speak, but Mr. Speaker, I have pages on human resilience that I wanted to share, Mr. Speaker. But I waited to hear, and I was disappointed. So, what's my dilemma? I don't want to vote against it. I can't vote against it. But I can't tell you that anything I've heard today really excites me about this project. And for $52 million, it's a lot of money. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Castries office.
Mr. Speaker, as I stand to lend my support to this motion, borrowing, it is evident to me, Mr. Speaker, that not even in opposition are they united on their approach towards what they are doing. Because here the leader says that he supports, and the member for Castries South say he don't know if he can support this. He doesn't know if he can vote. Mr. Speaker, oppositions will always be suspect of the people in government. But this is not a fly-by-night organization that we are dealing with. And if there was not a solid proposal submitted to the World Bank for this arrangement, would we qualify? Would we have been considered? And would it be something that would have happened so quickly? Mr. Speaker, if some either it's good or it's not good. Members cannot choose to say, well, yes, we think it's good, but at the end of the day, because of the people who are administering it, I am going to be suspect. And the members, both the member for Castries East and the member for Castries South, the issue of zero-rated items, which was raised by the member for Micoud South. Mr. Speaker, basic common sense would tell us that the issue being, or the point being made was simple. Sometimes we do things in the name of helping people, but the people who need the help, they are not really getting it. I mean, how difficult is that to understand? That if you cannot buy a pound of rice for $2 or for $1.50, whether it is $2, it is $10, you still cannot buy it, because the reality is, as the member for Grosile highlighted, and it needs to be re-emphasized, we need targeted social programs in this country. And Mr. Speaker, in the past, people made it on the poverty list based on political decisions. And you can go around and test it out. You can look at communities with such high population and such low numbers of people on the poverty list. And all of us as parliamentarians, we know that there are poor people in our constituencies. We know there are people waiting to get on the list of persons who need public assistance. Let me just pause a moment to highlight the issue of computers. It didn't start with COVID. This has been something that the opposition has brought up consistently, because they gave some laptops at some point in time in government. Not even that they could be consistent with. To say, okay, let's use a provider, let's use some consistency in the devices being used, so that the skills that are developed, the use of it and everything, and then maybe if you need repairs, if something go bad in one, you can use parts from it to fix another one. Not even that, Mr. Speaker. Every time is a different supplier and a different device. Speaker, there is an established procedure under this government. Given the rise of COVID, for us to be able to assist students who are in need of devices. And Mr. Speaker, because the access is limited to the number of devices that are available, there are certain basic requirements that have been set out by the Ministry of Education to deal with this. A simple thing like the student reporting to the teacher who's teaching that they are in need of devices. The teacher then in turn compiles the list and submits it to the principal, and then the principal would coordinate with the DO and the Ministry of Education, and devices would be made available to the needy students. Is that too difficult, Mr. Speaker? Is that too difficult a requirement so that persons go through to be able to get it? Mr. Speaker, they come to us, all of us as parliamentarians, I have given more than 20 computers since laptop, since the COVID situation. Huh? No. The last time Cots had a sale, Mr. Speaker, I tried to get, I could only get 5 at the time. That was the only. We've since distributed. Mr. Speaker, every parliamentarian, one way or the other, would try to meet the needs. But the Ministry of Education has itself positioned its members to be able to deal with this matter. And I'm appealing to the parents of these who need these devices, who need that assistance, to go through the channels that have already been established. You know, recently, Mr. Speaker, there was so much criticism of persons. Oh, now the government stopped the laptop program and now they're begging people to give computers. When it was the persons who are calling the Ministry of Education and volunteering and saying, look here, we have devices that we are not using, a used device or something, and how can we get it? And so the Ministry of Education used that platform to say to persons who are willing to make a contribution to assist a needy child. And not just politicians assist needy children. They are very good corporate and community citizens who always reach out and help children, even politicians don't help them out. So we talk about human capital development. You know, Mr. Speaker, let's look at just a few things. We've heard the comments being made by, as indicated, the member from Castries South, the persons with disabilities, and the allocations, and what is happening. But, Mr. Speaker, some of these same politicians in the House, when the government spoke about the financial challenges and the management of cash flow, and said, and I said it in the previous debate in the House, I said, while we are saying this, there's an accumulation. Yes, we are paying salaries, but there are other accumulating. Some of it contractors who have worked. So yes, when we ask the public servants to cooperate with us and to help manage the cash flow just for 3 months, Mr. Speaker, you know what some of these same members opposite were saying? Pay the people their salaries. Why you want to interfere with their salaries? But at the same time, you see, Mr. Speaker, when you have a limited amount of money, when you pay one set of bills, another set is left unattended. Further to complicate that, Mr. Speaker, is the tardiness of some of the people who have to deal with the very issues. Take, for example, what was just said about the taxi sector. Ask them if that's a policy position of the government or somebody went out and put policy. You see, you said that we know about the taxi city. We know. And I know that the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Tourism went out and clarified this matter in a statement to say that there's no registration and deregistration of any taxi drivers under the present arrangement. Mr. Speaker, you get mischief everywhere. So the mischief is not just inside here. You see, Mr. Speaker, when we talk about human capital development, when we talk about, you know, the member says that he wants to know $52 million is a lot of money. 52 million is a lot of money in the context of what you're looking at it. If you do all the things that you have highlighted that needs to be done under this program, $52 million is a drop in the bucket to help build the safety net alone that is required in this country. But you see, Mr. Speaker, in the attempt of creating false hope to put pressure on the government, so they make it look like you've collected some big sum of money that everybody in St. Lucia, and by their own mathematics, Mr. Speaker, that is where we run into problem, the mathematics. So they said 5,000 businesses, give each of them $20,000, and that comes to $10 million by their mathematics. But it's 100 million. 100 million. Mr. Speaker, you think it is that easy environment to just go and get 100 million and to give it out as grants? Mr. Speaker, we have to be realistic, and you don't get these irresponsible statements being made, because the same member who's highlighting that that's the way to go, when he introduced VAT and I told him a lot of businesses would close under VAT, it's in Hansard, he said, I will take responsibility. And Mr. Speaker, more businesses closed when VAT was introduced than businesses have closed since COVID. That's a fact. And I agree that some businesses may not come back, not just in St. Lucia. And that is why retooling people is very important under this. Because suppose tourism takes 2 or 3 years to get back to its levels. What will all the taxi drivers and the vendors and the hotel workers, what will they be doing during this time? That is why this borrowing is timely, Mr. Speaker. Because now we can help retool some of these people. Some of them can take a crash course in some masonry work or some plumbing work or some construction activity. And as we are attempting to drive the construction sector, some of these people, because remember, some of our taxi drivers, they left farming, they left construction, they went into these things. Sometimes they just need a little recharge, a basic crash course to go back to where they were, and some of them can go back to the professions that they had before they had gone. And taxi drivers have come to me and said, hey, look here, can I get a small contract to do something somewhere? Because there's nothing flowing in the taxi business. So, Mr. Speaker, when these funds come, and you want to deal with the safety net that the member for Grozile spoke about, Mr. Speaker, over the years, Mr. Speaker, over the years, what we've done, I will give you an example. We subsidize the cooking gas. And the person who works for $6,000 a month get the same subsidized cooking gas as the person who gets no salary for the month.
Good, but what does the program do? How does the program
So, Mr. Speaker, the arrangements that are in place is to have targeted social. So the students we spoke about, when we have these programs and we have identified through a proper assessment who are the persons who qualify, not based on political affiliation or Flabo or Labour, but people who are genuinely in a position of need. You see, Mr. Speaker, you know why they're so concerned about that? Because they know how they go about selecting people when they have to do things. And Mr. Speaker, I heard them, they said, well, if we have to look at what is happening, Mr. Speaker, I suffered that consequence. In opposition, the 25 forms that was given, or 15 forms, to every parliamentarian to give to the needy people to get primary school books. When I didn't get it, and I raised the matter, this one blamed that one, blamed that one, and they said you should have gotten it. And I didn't get it. Wasn't it the people who I need that was made to suffer? So, and I don't even think that it was deliberate on the part of a politician, because I cannot verify that. But Mr. Speaker, some of the same people, it happens. It happens sometimes when we are in government. It happens when you are in government. And it is not because a politician have gone out deliberately to deprive somebody of getting something. Because they have people who are more political than us, the politicians. And they use their position in whatever capacity they are. So if this government is in office, they make them look good. And if that government, they make them look bad. We can't pretend that these things don't exist. But you see, in developing your human capital, in reorienting people, in placing people to understand that when you are given a job, when you are in the public service, in the private sector, or anywhere, you always perform to the best of your ability. You don't have to like the manager for you to do your job well. Because that is, the business needs to do well. Government needs to do well to meet all of its obligations. And I heard the member talk about Barbados. You know what Barbados is doing and how they went about doing it. I can tell you, as far as I'm concerned, what the government of St. Lucia presented to the public servants superior to any, or more beneficial to the worker than any other place that I have heard they have put in a package. Because a percentage is a percentage, Mr. Speaker. And when you're telling me, even if you take that percentage for 18 months, look at what we ask for, Mr. Speaker. 3 months deferred, and settlement or repayment at the end of 1 year. Barbados is saying for 18.
Mr. Speaker, I know I'm not supposed to interrupt. May I, Mr. Speaker? You know, I hear members on the other side keep on talking about what it is. And this is where the danger, Mr. Speaker, is when members are allowing and not providing it. And I'm now starting to become very suspicious, Mr. Speaker, because we've heard it from the member from Castries East. We've now heard it from the member of Castries South. So let me, if I may, Mr. Speaker, it says, why are the public servants alone being asked to participate in the program? The entire country is participating. The public servants are participating as primary savers, investors, because not only is it an opportunity for the public servant to save by paying the worker a portion of his salary in bonds, it frees up the exact amount in cash for the government to invest in its capital project program. Note that this is not new. Private companies sometimes offer workers shares in the company as an investment. The rest of the country is also participating by standing ready to purchase any bonds that public servants may wish to sell, and thereby helping to support the development of the secondary market. It goes on, Mr. Speaker, and it says, what if I need to have all of my salary? Okay? Let's read it. Let's read it together, Mr. Speaker. We recognize that some persons may need to have access to all their funds each month. In those instances, provisions have been made for public servants to seamlessly convert bonds into cash. Seamlessly do what? Convert bonds into cash. Which means what? That every month they're getting a portion of their salary in bonds. Not an option, not an option, not an option. As long as the worker indicates before his or her payday that he or she prefers to have the bond value in cash, this will be accommodated at par conversion at $1 bond converts to $1 in cash. But remember, they're getting the bond and they have to convert it. Conversions of bonds after payday may incur a small deduction at the public servant who would have already benefited from the sum of the interest on the bond. Now, Mr. Speaker, so let me ask you a question, Mr. Speaker. So in the instance of what we were offering our workers, first of all,
Honorable
Mr.
Member.
Speaker,
No, I'm not stopping you, but I'll
Mr.
tell
Speaker,
you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm taking up the minister's time. I'm trying to clarify. I'm trying to clarify.
You're not going on for
With his permission, Mr. Speaker, on a point of hallucination, Mr. Speaker.
You can't go on forever.
On the point of hallucination, Mr. Speaker, with the member's permission. On the point of hallucination, Mr. Speaker. Okay. So at the end of the day, Mr. Speaker, members on the other side would have you believe that what is taking place in Barbados is optional. It is not optional. What is optional is once you're paid your bond, there's a process to convert. Mr. Speaker, in addition to that, they have to take the bonds for 18 months, Mr. Speaker. 18 months. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Member, I think you'll come
Mr.
back
Speaker,
to complete
Mr.
your...
Speaker,
yeah,
Mr.
but,
Speaker,
yes?
not only have you have to get, you take your discount, you take a preferred payment for 18 months, either at 7% or 12% of
Very
your
well.
salary, or 17% of your salary, Mr. Speaker. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, you must hold
Honorable
the bond
Prime
for 2
Minister.
years. And then,
Honorable
Speaker.
members, Honorable Prime Minister,
yes,
you'll come back. Let's complete the Honorable Member for Cast Resolve face. But I accept what you say.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You see, Mr. Speaker, when members opposite want to tell you that they are in the interest of St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, this government has not tried to railroad the public service. This government have always approached in dialogue, and we gave the unions a proposal that they had to discuss, and if they were not satisfied, that they had to give a counter proposal. But as we speak, Mr. Speaker, despite what everybody on the opposite side expected, this government has still been able to meet its obligations of salary payments to public servants. You know what that says, Mr. Speaker? That even in a COVID situation, for the same people who said, we crippled the economy, we were bad managers. After 1 month, you can't pay salaries. How many months it is? We are still able to pay salaries, even with the reduced intake from the government collecting its taxes. Mr. Speaker, you heard him? But that's okay. Mr. Speaker, the reality is, that is why some other sectors will suffer during that time. Because you know what? We have obligation is our loans. Our second obligation is salaries. And when the month ends, when the time comes, government has no choice. If they owe in a contractor, they can hold back the payment of the contractor. If they owe in any agency a subvention, they can hold it back. But they cannot hold back salaries. The same members opposite, if they had any compassion for the rest of the people of this country, they would have said, like we have said on this side, that we are willing to take the 75% deferred payment of salaries in order to help for these same persons. And so, Mr. Speaker, when we speak about what we are attempting to do, the evidence is clear that contrary to all the criticisms that we've heard, that the $7 million borrowed this morning, US dollars 7.9, for the project, that these funds could better be utilized in social programs. You see, for the Millennium Highway, you see, Mr. Speaker, they had the information. They knew that the next loan was coming. The member for Castries South himself went on the World Bank website, saw what it was for, yet still made all that noise about how we are taking this $7 million that could be spent to do other things, people on the social side. Yet still, he's coming back this later now, and he said, well, $52 million is a lot of money. Of course, the 52 million is more than the 7 million that was criticized this morning. But you see, Mr. Speaker, the reality, I know you cannot understand what I'm saying. Yes. So let me explain to the member, because he's slow tonight. I suspect he's sleeping already. We have to borrow $7.9 million for the US, which is $21 million for the Millennium Highway as our counterpart financing. The members opposite came with a list of things. Could you not spend that money better? Doing this, doing that, doing the other. Social programs. Best way to spend that money. Knowing full well that one of the bills that was coming had $52 million that is targeted towards meeting some of the same social things that they were talking about. Retooling people, doing all of this. So you see, Mr. Speaker, you can win with them. But the people of St. Lucia understands that what, and I've said to them, I said it at the last debate, and I'm saying it again. Look at the whole picture. The budget that this government is implementing. The whole picture is clear. That there is a clear plan. The country is not in a state where we've given up. You see, Mr. Speaker, they knew that when things were good, they couldn't manage. So I can well understand that they are now concerned, how are we able to manage in a crisis situation like this? So, Mr. Speaker, as long as you all speak, I will speak. Mr. Speaker, at the end of the day, I am convinced that this borrowing will be put into good use to help with the social safety net, to help retool our people, and the TVET program that was spoken about. We all, Mr. Speaker, we need more technical vocational training in this country, then we need to focus on all things. Because, Mr. Speaker, some of the students in the schools are much better at using their hands. And so, of course, if we have to buy additional equipment, it is equipment to train the young people. Some of the adults need to be retooled and retrained. And so, Mr. Speaker, getting a loan at such concessionary rates to be able to meet that need is part of the government response towards COVID, to better prepare the country to deal with the fallouts of the future and to retool our people so that they do not have to come cap in hand to a politician's office to say, help me with this, help me with that. This money, so that they can now go and earn their own money and decide where they're voting on election day, and not based on which politician gives them a handout. Because, Mr. Speaker, people's integrity counts for something. At the end of the day, I would rather retool them, let them go and earn their money, and let them vote for who they want, than to think that because I gave them a little help, they are obligated to vote for me. That is not democracy, Mr. Speaker. Democracy is when somebody can have the right, and I heard the member about how many times he has won. He needs to tell us the formula that he uses for winning so many times. Because I have a very good idea the formula he's using. You see, Mr. Speaker? Mr. Speaker, as I want to say that today, tonight, as we go through this debate, it is clear to me, Mr. Speaker, the Labour Party is a party that believes in handouts. You give a man a fish every time he comes. This United Workers' Party, we teach people to fish so that they can catch their own fish and use it as they please. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to basically say, Mr. Speaker, that some questions were asked. That $10 million, Mr. Speaker, will be dedicated to the...
Members allow the Prime Minister to speak.
And, Mr. Speaker, another $10 million US is going to be dedicated to the TVET program. Now, in the TVET program, Mr. Speaker, let me get the exact number, Mr. Speaker. We said that the TVET program, Mr. Speaker, as I indicated, will have benefit instructors and students at 2 post-secondary educational institutions, which would be the school in the south and also Sir Arthur School, Sir Arthur Lewis's institution. 3 training institutions, Mr. Speaker, 22 secondary schools, Mr. Speaker, 5 special schools, and at least 230 instructors would be going through the training programs, Mr. Speaker. And it's expected that in the first part... No, I'm not. No, I said it. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. It's part of the explanatory notes. Okay, Mr. Speaker. Okay, Mr. Speaker. And the other part of the TVET is that there would be technical assistance, capacity building, equipment and furniture and project management. And in the social net program, the program will entail, Mr. Speaker, legislation, surveys, audits, putting in the technology systems, getting everyone registered on the entire program. So it's intended that within 2 years, Mr. Speaker, that we will have this program completely operationalized. Mr. Speaker, I also want to take a little moment, Mr. Speaker, also to explain the situation. So in the sense that in the case of Barbados, Mr. Speaker, what they have done is they've offered the civil servants that all civil servants will be paid part of their salaries in bonds. In Lucia, Mr. Speaker, persons who are earning an income below a certain level will not participate in the program. The second part, Mr. Speaker, persons will take 7% deduction over 18 months. Another level will take 12%, and the higher level will take 17%, Mr. Speaker. Members in Barbados have the option of converting the bonds into cash. Or they can hold the bond minimum of 2 years and convert it out at the central bank. And also, it's encouraged that members keep the bonds for 4 years, Mr. Speaker. You know what the difference is in our place, Mr. Speaker? We were very grateful that the credit unions came on and indicated publicly that they would be willing to convert and accept bonds of the workers. We also indicated, Mr. Speaker, that we were putting the bonds in smaller denominations in order for persons to cash it out elsewhere. Also, the banks had indicated that they would accept the bonds of loans that they have. The thing that they have, Mr. Speaker, and I have the letter right here, and I'll be happy to make it a document to the House. It actually came out the 2nd of June, Mr. Speaker, and it's addressed to the Permanent Secretary in Finance. We refer to your letter dated the 25th of May and advise that in response to the loss or reduction of income brought about by COVID, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank and the Eastern Caribbean Currency Union Bankers Association agreed to the implementation of a support program by all member banks in the Eastern Caribbean currency the 20th of March 2020. The support program facilitates a loan repayment and moratorium for an initial period of up to 6 months. In addition, the deferral of loan repayments, a waiver of late fees and penalties is applicable to eligible customers during the period of the moratorium. As to your request for the avoidance of doubt, we advise that should there be a reduction in income, public servants are advised to contact their financial institutions to avail of the moratorium. Meet your needs, and should you require any further clarification, we're available at your convenience. So, Mr. Speaker, so what it does means, Mr. Speaker, is that when we've asked persons to take a deferment, that while they're doing the deferment, that they would get a moratorium on their loans. So, Mr. Speaker, so in fact, what we did is to put things in to cushion the blow of the issue of the deferment. Now, the other thing, Mr. Speaker, what's interesting, and again, the members on the other side will never present it that way. 50% of your salary for 3 months, Mr. Speaker, over 1 year comes to 12.5% of your salary. 12.5% of it, Mr. Speaker. So here is it that Barbados is offering 7 for 18 months. No, there's no option, Mr. Speaker. And that's the point, Mr. Speaker. Members on the other side want to believe that what the government of Barbados is offering is optional. No, you accept the bonds and you can convert it into cash. Mr. Speaker, we have said the same thing. The credit unions have come out and said that if members get paid in bonds, they're prepared to accept it in cash. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, that the workers who are going to get and defer their payment, they're going to get a moratorium on their loan payments. And we've given the example, Mr. Speaker, where there are examples of persons who would receive that money and actually get more cash in their hand at the end of the month. And we've shown the example, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, what this side has done is offered to the unions to understand that there's a need. In the case of Barbados, they're intending to use the money for capital investment. We were not even using it for capital investment, Mr. Speaker. God forbid that we did. We're using it for cash flow. We said that the government, while it went out and negotiated these loans of the IFIs, that it was going to take 3 to 4 months in order for, and what we wanted as we have the shortage of revenue. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, I listened to members on the other side, and as if somebody's fooling somebody, that we don't know that there's a crisis. That we don't accept the truth, that the fact is that the revenue of government has been cut by 50%? That's the reality. Nobody can plan for that. And the fact is we still have expenses. So, Mr. Speaker, in the last 2 months, and we've made it very clear, that when we have made the payments to the civil servants, the impact has been on our payables. Persons who provide services to the government have not been paid. But in addition to that, Mr. Speaker, exactly what was being said is that the first two priorities is to pay our debt and to pay the salaries. And guess what is suffering, Mr. Speaker? Many of the same social programs that we're sitting here fighting for, the cash that's required in the last 2 months to make sure that we can those are the kinds of programs that are being impacted. And despite that, government is still finding a way to do it. But to say, Mr. Speaker, that there's no consequences to our action would be a lie, would be the greatest underestimation. The reality is that money can't just be invented, Mr. Speaker. If there's going to be a shortage of revenue on a monthly basis, Mr. Speaker, and we have not received all of the funds to cash that shortage, then it's going to come at the expense of payables. And some of those payables, Mr. Speaker, sadly, are some of the institutions that are depending on government subventions, like the handicap. But despite that, the government has tried every effort to make sure that we're sensitive to those things, especially understanding the vulnerability of those persons. And I'm happy that the Minister of Equity is staying on top of it. Also asked the question, where is the money for the informal sector? Every attempt was made to put the $20 million through the NIC because they already had a list. But, Mr. Speaker, legally that has become difficult, and the government has decided to put the monies through SSDF instead. And I'm hoping that those monies will be distributed and start being distributed very soon if they've not started already. We've met with many of the associations, the taxi associations, the vendors associations, the preschool administrators. All of these small businesses we're going to attempt to help. And we've said, I'm not going to sit here and try to say that $500 is enough money. It's not. We've said it from day one. It's a subsistence allowance. It's just something to help people to make it through the month, that they have something a little bit more than $5. Okay? So, Mr. Speaker, it pains me, Mr. Speaker, that we have to go into such anal detail and repeat the same thing over and over again. But I'm going to say to the members on the opposite side, as many times it takes to correct what you all are saying, we will do it. Because we want to make sure in these difficult times that people are not confused with the facts and that they're getting the truth. Mr. Speaker, this government has risen to the occasion of this incredible challenge. We've made almost $100 million available for income support, Mr. Speaker, between the NIC and also what we're doing for the informal sector, Mr. Speaker. We've gotten $33 million, Mr. Speaker, to be able to meet the cost challenges of COVID. And, Mr. Speaker, we're in the process of now putting together an economic stimulus program that's going to require even more resources, Mr. Speaker. So on that note, Mr. Speaker, I want to say I am very proud and very excited about this program. That there are two critical elements. Training in terms of improving the skill sets of our workers and making them so that they're in a position to earn a higher income and add more productivity to this economy. And more importantly, Mr. Speaker, to put a social program, as the member from Grosley indicated, that's non-discriminatory. That once you need it, you will get the help. And what it does is to ensure that all of the benefits that government has provided is being done so in a coordinated way. And part of that is the training of our social programs and the entire network of how we're going to be distributing these benefits, Mr. Speaker. And I think that we will all be very proud, but more importantly, the persons who are dependent the most in St. Lucia on this will be helping. Okay, Mr. Speaker, so I'm very proud of what's taking place, that we're going to be identifying the more vulnerable people in society. I thank you.
Honorable members, Honorable Member, the question is that Parliament authorizes the Minister for Finance to guarantee a loan in the amount of US $20 million from the International Development Association for the purpose of financing the Human Capital Resilience Project. Be it further resolved that A, the maximum commitment charge rate payable on the unwithdrawn financing balance is 1/2 of 1% per annum. B, a service charge is payable on the withdrawn credit balance that is equal to the greater of 1, the sum of 3/4 of 1% per annum plus the basis adjustment to the service charge. 2, 3/4 of 1% per annum. C, the loan is repayable in 40 years from the date of the first disbursement of the loan, inclusive of a 10-year grace period. D, the principal amount of the loan is repayable on each 15th day of May, the 15th day of November of each year, at the rate of 1% commencing on the 15th day of May 2030, 2 and including the 15th day of November 2039, 2% commencing on the 15th day of May 2040, 2 and including the 15th day of November 2059. I now put the questions. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I beg to move the following motion standing in my name. And whereas under Section 109(1)(a) of the Value Added Tax Act, Cap 15.42, the Act, it is provided that the Minister of Finance may, by order published in the Gazette, amend the schedules to the Act. And whereas it is further provided under Section 109(2) of the Act that an order made pursuant to Section 109(1) of the Act is subject to an affirmative resolution of Parliament, except where the amendment is to the customs tariff heading only. And whereas the Minister of Finance seeks approval of the draft value-added tax amendments of Schedule 3, order to amend Schedule 3 of the Act by affirming resolution of Parliament to exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels. Be it resolved that the Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3, order which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to exempt the imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumers contained in the barrels. The Value-Added Tax Act of Cap 15.42 is amended to allow the exemption of the duties for personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels and imported during the period. Mr. Speaker, the world is currently facing challenging times. Countries are grappling with varying measures in response to the COVID-19 pandemic. This pandemic has created a health care crisis of an unprecedented magnitude. Millions have been affected by the coronavirus, placing significant pressures on the healthcare system across the globe, resulting in significant loss of life in many countries, including some countries in the region. Mr. Speaker, the pandemic has also resulted in an economic crisis, with huge job losses, spiraling healthcare costs, high mortality rates, an increase in the levels of poverty, and the loss of earnings for millions of people. Thankfully, Mr. Speaker, we have suffered no loss of life here in St. Lucia due to COVID-19, and at present there are no confirmed cases on the island. We must, however, remember that many St. Lucians who have lost their loved ones in the diaspora as a result of COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the countries in the Caribbean region are very dependent on tourism. As such, the pandemic has had severe adverse effects on our economies. Revenues have plummeted due to the reduction in global travel and trade, compounded by the closure of our own borders, Mr. Speaker. The social distancing protocols and curtailment of commercial activities locally over the past few months have resulted in the closure of many businesses. This in turn has resulted in a high unemployment rate, a significant reduction in economic activity, and the loss of income for many businesses and households. Mr. Speaker, these factors have all contributed to the downward pressures on our economy. preservation of the financial sector, provision of adequate resources to the healthcare system, and the stabilization of our economy will all prove critical to the recovery efforts of our country. Mr. Speaker, there is great uncertainty about global economic forecasts, as no one can predict how soon tourism will rebound. Whilst there are many uncertainties looming, we need to continue to provide support and assistance to those most affected by the crisis. Mr. Speaker, as part of the response to the economic fallout from COVID-19, my government worked with a number of international financial institutions during the period March to May of 2020 to source financing to help fund the 2021 budget. These include the Caribbean Development Bank, CDB, the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank, the European Investment Bank, and the Government of Taiwan. We also worked with our local financial institutions to secure additional overdraft facilities, the waiver of late penalties and moratoriums, loans and mortgages for individual businesses and entities. Mr. Speaker, in an attempt to provide relief to our citizens, the government announced a social stabilization plan covering a wide range of relief measures. Included in this plan is a national feeding program, the extension of the time for filing tax returns and for the repayment of taxes, the granting of tax credits to encourage businesses to retain their employees, and an income support program. The income support program is being undertaken in collaboration with the National Insurance Corporation and is meant to provide financial assistance to the persons who have lost their jobs or source of income due to COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, the resolution currently before Parliament is one of the measures announced in the government's social stabilization plan, namely the barrel concession. Mr. Speaker, the concession was first introduced in the financial statement to supplement budget proposal of 1997-98. The initial objective of the concession was to assist needy and underprivileged families during the Christmas season. It was decided that the contents of barrels received from relatives abroad would be waived from excise tax. Traditionally, the concession period would begin in November of each year and continue until January 31st of the following year. Considering the current circumstances, the government of St. Lucia felt it imperative to move up to the date of this relief measure. Indeed, despite the challenges faced by many all over the world, there is still the interest by many in our own diaspora and beyond to assist their family members and friends in this way. The barrel concession will provide much-needed relief to the poor, the vulnerable, and the thousands of St. Lucians who have lost their jobs and source of income. Mr. Speaker, my government recommended the following: that the barrel concession program commence on June 2nd to run for 8 months and expire on January 31st, 2021. The number of barrels granted under this program be restricted to 2 barrels to each household. That the beneficiaries of the concession be granted 100% waiver of import duty, excise tax on unsolicited personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household contained in barrels imported. That the concession not apply to electronic items. That persons are to pay the requisite taxes, duties, and charges on barrels outside of the concessionary provisions as applicable in normal trade. That the unusual penalties and fines be applied if goods are used for commercial purposes, and there will be an upper limit of $2,500 per barrel on the value of items qualified. It should be noted, Mr. Speaker, that the countries in our region are not only vulnerable to economic shocks, but also susceptible to natural disasters. Mr. Speaker, whilst we are grappling with COVID-19, our region is dealing with the effects of climate change. June 1st marks the commencement of the hurricane season, and history is replete with examples of the devastating impact of the storm surge of hurricanes on our island. We need to prepare our infrastructure, our homes, and our country to better withstand the potential onslaught of Mother Nature during the hurricane season. It's against this backdrop that I present this resolution to this honorable House. I am certain that our people will be better able to cope through this crisis if financial relief is provided to them in the form of concessions on barrels brought into the country during the stated period. This relief measure will allow thousands of St. Lucians to obtain much-needed supplies from their relatives and friends abroad, particularly during this difficult time. I hope I can get the support, Mr. Speaker, of members of Parliament. Thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that Parliament by affirmative resolution approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels. Member for Denrisa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I know that the honourable member for for Miku South needs a seconder for this motion. And the second thing that I want to say, Mr. Speaker, I would ask that probably we should increase the number of barrels under the concession, maybe from 2 to 3, because of the extended period of time. We're looking at June to January. Normally, the concession would have gone from November to January. So I'm asking that maybe we can be a little more generous and increase the numbers to about 3. That is not, to me, that is not too difficult of a concession. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable members, the question is that Parliament, by affirmative resolution, approves the draft value-added tax amendment of Schedule 3 order, which amends Schedule 3 of the Act to exempt imports of personal items, food, clothing, toys, and other household consumables contained in barrels. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable. Minister of Labour.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to present for the first reading a bill shortly entitled Labour Amendment Act.
Labour Amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order 48-2 to enable this bill to go through its remaining stages of this sitting.
Honourable Member, that Standing Order number 42 be suspended in order to allow the Honourable Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. as many of the contrary opinions, you know. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Proceed, Honorable Member.
Mr. Speaker, this is a simple amendment, but a significant amendment. Beg your pardon? Oh, sorry, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move for second reading of the bill shortly entitled Labour Amendment Act. Mr. Speaker, this is a simple amendment, but a significant one, in which it attempts, or it is being recommended, that Section 148 of the Labour Code, Cap 16.04, be amended to increase the layoff period, which is catered for in that section, Section 1, to allow for the section or the period of layoff to be extended during such occasions as COVID or national crises, whether it's a national disaster or a pandemic. Mr. Speaker, the layoff period as enshrined in the Labour Code, or the Labour Act as it is known, is to allow a business person to, faced with the condition, to lay off its workers for a period of 12 weeks, 3 months. Upon the expiration of the 3 months, the employer, therefore, it means that that period would qualify for severance, and the employer would have to pay the worker severance pay. But with COVID and other natural disasters, which may protract that period of downtime and a very slow, it gives the employer the opportunity to benefit from an extended period, which period would be declared by the minister. So once a national emergency is declared and it is protracted over a long extended period, the minister can make a declaration and extend it by a further 12 weeks to allow for a longer period of time for recovery and to get the business back on its feet. However, it doesn't disadvantage the workers, because if the worker, the employee, feels that he rather just at least sever his own relationship with the employer, then it means that the employer would have to pay him his severance pay after the 3 months, the redundancy, his redundancy after the 3 months, and to allow him to move on with his own business. While the employer, it gives him that extra period of time to recover to full business. And that extension, Mr. Speaker, is only provided for periods such as a national disaster, a pandemic, or other situations such as these. Mr. Speaker, that's a short précis of the presentation in support of this motion, in this bill.
Honorable members, the question is that the Labour Amendment Bill be read a second time. Member for Vieux Fort South.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to be very, very short. I think the reasons have been reasonably well articulated by the member for Castries North, why he's taking that course, and I think we all agreed that the COVID crisis could well go beyond an initial 3 months period of 12 weeks, and that we all have to prepare for the long haul. And I think it is sensible to adjust the laws as may be necessary in this evolving situation. My only concern, Mr. Speaker, is Clause 3B. What Clause 3B does is to give the employee the option of making the request to the employer to terminate his or her contract and for redundancy pay. Now, I suspect that the minister may be concerned with issues of proportionality, meaning that since the employer is the one who is going to benefit from the extended period, therefore the option should be given to the employee to make the decision as to whether you want to continue in that employment or not. But in these matters, I think you have to strike a balance of fairness to both employee and employer. There may well be situations where an employer, in facing the future, may decide that it is going to be critical and crucial to restructure a company and restructure its operations. I mean, earlier today we were making the point about the chronic difficulties being faced by small businesses who also have to answer to the Labor Act. And it seems to me that it would have been far better, it would have been useful to allow both parties to exercise that choice, meaning that an employer may invite an employee to consider termination of contract and redundancy to ensure that the quality of balance is maintained between both sides. So that is really my only observation, my only comment, but I believe that it is a sensible in circumstances that exists, but it is a little unfortunate that it did not strike a balance of fairness to both sides. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Leader of the Opposition.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. Just to add 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker. Same section 3B, Mr. Speaker. To add what to the member for Freeport South said, when the minister extends the period of layoff under Section 3, an employee may make a request to the employer to terminate his or her contract, but for redundancy pay. But it doesn't say that the employer has to pay. It doesn't say that the employee may make a request to the employer, but it does not say whether the employer has to fulfill the request. So, Section 3B, I think if you could add that to effect the balance, that if the employee makes a request, then the employer should. Basically, what the member of the South is saying, that the employer should fulfill the request if the employee wants to leave. Because if the employer wants to get rid of the employee, he can, but he is not obliged to pay. So I'm saying that we should make it mandatory for once the employee wants to leave, that the employer pay the redundancy pay in that period. That's my only suggestion.
Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I'm minded by the observations made by both members on the opposite side, and in consultation, we can possibly look at a form that may grant those concessions. However, in reading 3B, I take it that what it says here is that where the minister extends the period of layoff under subsection 3A, an employee may make a request to the employer to terminate his or her contract and for redundancy pay. That means and for payment of redundancy. Okay? So I think it covers it. It's the language here, and I'm not a lawyer. Maybe if you would permit, Mr. Speaker, when we get to committee, we can have a look at it and see whether there's room for any adjustments. Thank you very much.
Honorable members, the question is that the Labour Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the Labour Act Cap 16.04 and for related matters.
Honorable members, just permit the Honorable Minister just maybe a minute as he gets instructions from the Attorney General. Honorable Minister, we may ask that the okay. Honorable members, clause 2.
Amendment on section 148.
Mr. Chair, in clause 2, the points made by the member for Vieux-Fort South and the member for Castries East, leader of the opposition, more or less in consultation with the Attorney General, clause A and rather clause 3B covers those situations, because it says that where the minister extends a period of layoff under subsection 3A, an employee may make a request to the employer to terminate his or her contract and for redundancy pay. The argument is that the fact that the extension is granted by order from the minister, it means that the employer has the advantage of that extension. So it means he's covered, that he has that advantage. The option of the employee to opt out gives the employee that balance of making the request, and once the request is made, then the employer has an obligation to pay the employee. That's the interpretation granted here for 3B.
But he was trying to suggest that it should be reciprocal.
Fundamentally disagree with that interpretation. I can't see how that interpretation applies. Yes, if an employee approaches an employer and asks for termination of contract and redundancy, it's a process of agreement between the two parties as to whether I'm going to grant it or not.
Yeah.
But what one is saying, on the other hand, that an equal right should be given to the employer to engage the employee in discussion, because the employer may well feel that down the road he can't cope and has to make adjustments. All that has to be done, Mr. Chairman, is to include the first paragraph, call it a paragraph 1. An employee may make a request to the employer to terminate his or her contract and for redundancy pay, paragraph 1, and another paragraph 2, and just change the words. An employer may make a request to the employee to terminate his or her contract and for redundancy pay, period. That's all there is. There's no mystery, no drafting mystery to this, but at least you put them on equal footing because of the unusual situation that you have. But anyway, never mind.
But Mr. Chair,
Sorry, thanks, sir.
if I follow, the employer always have that right. Based on what, because that does not apply to government. Government is the one who have people on permanent establishment. But if I am an employer and I have an employee, no matter how many years they've worked with me, I have the opportunity to terminate that
Yeah, and
employee and to pay them. My understanding of what is being proposed there is when there is an extension, so you can lay me off for 3 months or 12 weeks. At the end of that period, if you want a further extension of laying me off, I should have the option now as the employee to be able to say, look here, I cannot continue to remain on layoff for that period of time, so pay me off and let me go about my business, which is what I think that is attempting to do. Based on what the member for Vieux-Fort South was saying, already the employer, even without COVID, without any situation, has the option at any time in their business to sever a worker and to pay them their dues.
Yeah, but Mr. Chairman, but what we saying that it doesn't say that the employer must pay. That's what it doesn't say that the employer must pay when the employee asks to get redundant. That's what we say. Within the, at least within, so he can say to the employer can say, wait for the 24 weeks. That's all we say. So when he asks to be redundant.
Honorable members, I'm going to take the opportunity now to ask the Attorney General to join us in the well so that we can be more specific into the questions.
So in section 148, under layoffs and suspensions, subject to subsection 2, been laid off for a continuous period of at least 12 weeks, such layoff shall be deemed the termination due to redundancy in accordance with this division. What this implies is that after the layoff period, the employer is obligated to pay termination benefits to the employee. That is already built into the legislation. Okay? If we go as the minister, the member for Castries Southeast has indicated, if you decide to agree to this regime that is before the House and extend it for a further 3 months, that employee has the option of determining whether they want to participate in that regime, which would involve them making a declaration to the employer that though the minister has given permission for the extension of for the further 3 months, they wish not to participate in this regime, and the termination benefits they are entitled to it immediately. No, you don't, but it's already there in 148. Yeah. It already exists in the legislation as it is now. And just as the member indicated, there are obligations which an employer has to his employee upon termination. You exercise it, you give them the notice provisions, and whatever benefits which they'll be entitled to is prescribed under the Act. That's it?
One more thing. I did ask the minister to speak to you in terms of a specific question. I would like question with reference to whether or not this applies the effective period of this provision. Since I asked for that, I would like every member to have.
Sorry, the effective
period, but that would take place when the order is made by the minister, isn't it?
Correct. Yeah.
The question I was asking whether or not it was intended for this provision to apply to our current situation.
Because a state of emergency currently exists, Mr. Speaker. So, having recognized that it does, the minister would, by order, make what as prescribed by the bill that is before the House, do what is necessary to allow the extension beyond the 3 months. In some cases, it expires, I think, by next week. Most of these employers who had laid off would now have had to be in a very uncomfortable situation of having to now terminate the relationship with the employees.
AG, the question I'm asking, right, is that supposing in that 6-month period, that 24-hour period, the employee wants to pack up.
The employee, the person who is working, wants to cease. Seriously, I don't want to be in that. I don't want to be out for six months again. I want my money. Is the employer obliged to pay at the time or wait for the 12 weeks? That's what I'm asking. You're speaking about within the 6 months, right? Right. 6 months. Yes. If within the 6 months, the employer, the person who is working, that's the employee, wants to go home and says, I want another job, I can't wait 6 months. Yeah. There is ambiguity in that it doesn't say that the employee must agree and pay. Well, because since you stretched it, well, you have termination benefits which would have already accrued from the prior regime, so there'll be a mode of calculating it based on whatever benefits that you would have had from even before the extension. You're speaking about beyond the first 3 months? No, after. Because what happens in the layoff is at the end of the layoff period, you could continue in the employment of that particular employee.
Attorney General, what I think he's asking, if the employee exercises the option and requires that the employer pays him or her, is the employer obligated to pay immediately upon that request? Or do you wait for a period of time to collect your salary and other benefit that you
But they have accepted to participate in the regime. They must wait. They must wait.
But the law, the law doesn't say that they must pay right at the time the employee has to leave, you know. The employer can say, I'll pay you within the regime after 6 months. Because I intend to take you after 6 months. You see, what I want to do is, what I'm trying to say is that there must be no ambiguity in that the employer can say to the employee, I intend to take you at the end of 6 months. Right. So wait, and then pay him at the end of 6 months. Instead of paying him right when he wants to go.
But that is where the employee would have exercised the right as built in there to participate in the additional 3 months. So once you agree to participate in it, then you must wait until the 6 months. I don't see how else it could work. So if at the end of the 3 the minister has by order extended it, and you have allowed the employer the option of going beyond that first 3 months. An employee who agrees to participate in that regime must accept everything that comes with it.
If it does not accept.
If he does not accept it, then immediately that person will have to be paid. If you accept
they have to pay.
Sorry?
The employer must pay.
Yes. If you wait for the 3 months, so after the first 3 months of the layoff period, the employee would be entitled at that point to get all the termination benefits and so on. But if they determine that they want to participate and go beyond the 3 months, so 6 months in all, then you must wait. Yes, 6. In the first instance and the additional 3. It can't work any other way. And I think that's where you bring in some level of equity and balance in this whole thing, because the employer is giving you the option to remain in my employ really for that period, that additional period of 3 months.
Under whatever conditions.
Under the conditions.
But I think, AG, the leader of the opposition seemed to feel that 3B presents some ambiguity when it is read, and that there may be more specific language which certainly places the responsibility clearly on the employer to pay the employee who opts to accept the redundancy settlement.
That's after the first 3 months.
After the first 3 months.
Right, and that's why the first thing I read was section 148. So the point at the end of the it immediately clicks in. But if you accept the further 3 months, then you have to wait for that additional 3 months, which in total would be 6.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Any other issues on clause 2? Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I'd like to report that the Labour Amendment Bill went through committee stage with no amendments. Honorable Minister for Infrastructure, Ports, Energy and Labour.
Mr. Chairman, that I beg to move that the chairman's report be adopted and that the bill be read a third time and pass.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the Labour Amendment Bill be read a third time and pass. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as are of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Labour Amendment Act 2020.
Honorable Minister for Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of a bill shortly entitled St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment.
St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment.
Honorable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move for the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the bill to go through its sitting. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the second reading of a bill shortly entitled St. Lucia Tourism Authority. Mr. Speaker, this amendment is a very simple one, but prepares the St. Lucia Tourism Authority to expand its operations in order to collect the proposed tourism levy fee, Mr. Speaker. The whole intention here, Mr. Speaker, is to give the Tourism Authority the capacity to raise its own funds. And we would have seen earlier in this sitting of Parliament the amendment to the Value Added Tax Bill, Act rather, Mr. Speaker, which reduces the VAT rate by 7.3%. So by amending the St. Lucia Tourism Authority, Mr. Speaker, what we do is, first of all, we streamline the Tourism Authority to have a laser focus on marketing. So previously the authority focused, Mr. Speaker, a little bit on product development, Mr. Speaker, but now what we're doing is ensuring that the bill makes allowance for it to focus on marketing. Mr. Speaker, this, though, is not done in isolation, but it is done, Mr. Speaker, in consideration of a number of the other tourism entities. So the Ministry of Tourism, for example, will focus on policy development and also to focus on product development. Mr. Speaker, Village Tourism Incorporated, an institution which will be launched later this year, will also help to advance the tourism landscape by enhancing the capacity of locals to participate more meaningfully, especially at the entrepreneurial level in tourism. Mr. Speaker, the amendment today also makes allowance for the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Tourism to now be a fixed member of the board, Mr. Speaker, so that it makes allowance for greater levels of accountability, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Tourism Authority will be able to collect its own funds, and it does, Mr. Speaker, allow the board to plan for its marketing on a longer-term basis. Mr. Speaker, as we contemplate the reopening of the tourism sector, this is absolutely crucial when one bear in mind that the country will be facing increased competition, Mr. Speaker, as a tourist destination, because many islands are going to be competing for the recovery of the tourism business in post-COVID. And so, Mr. Speaker, having a very small budget within the context of Caribbean tourism budgets will in fact, Mr. Speaker, require the Tourism Authority to be laser focused, to be nimble, and to also ensure, Mr. Speaker, that the board optimize the very small budget in comparison to bigger destinations, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, while our budget is small, Mr. Speaker, we should not be discouraged from the tremendous opportunities for innovation and for advancement in marketing. Mr. Speaker, this bill also makes allowance for the board, Mr. Speaker, to be the group that presides over applications by members of the accommodation sector to register under the new Tourism Authority Act, Mr. Speaker, which will make allowance for the collection of the tourism levy. But, Mr. Speaker, to allow for the board to collect its own funds is certainly a windfall moment, Mr. Speaker, in the tourism marketing of our country. And so, Mr. Speaker, it's late. I don't want to go on for too long. The amendment is before the House, and I will stop here to allow the members of the House to opine on what is being proposed. Thank you.
Honourable members, the question is that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put it on member for Vieux South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'd hope that the member for ancillary canneries would in fact have gone on much longer to explain the purpose and rationale of this bill and the amendments to the Tourism Authority. Mr. Speaker, It is clear from the proposed amendments and the circulation of the Tourism Levy Act that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority is being transformed into a revenue agency, a revenue authority in its own rights. That is to say, it is being empowered to apply the tourism levy that will be imposed on persons within the tourism sector. Now, I believe that it would have been helpful if the minister had perhaps spent a few moments to explain the broader philosophy underpinning this approach and why this approach is being taken. But that apart, Mr. Speaker, the rationale for the reforms to taxation of tourism also needed to be clarified, because now we are having essentially three regimes. On the one hand, certain services provided by the sector will be charged VAT at 10%, beverages and so on, in restaurants. And then accommodation is going to be charged at 7%. So you have two different streams. And then you impose this tourism levy to make it a third stream. So within the tourism sector, there are three streams of taxation at different rates. And how that becomes more efficient and how that is revenue neutral needs to be explained. But we're not provided with any facts, any figures to come to a conclusion that it is indeed revenue neutral as being claimed. There's absolutely no information at all, absolutely none. And we are supposed to take the word of the member from Micoud South that this is a revenue neutral intervention. Now, Mr. Speaker, I don't know when it is going to come, whether it is in his, when it is going to come, whether it is in his rebuttal. But I think we are owed an explanation as to the likely impact and implications on the tourism sector and the revenue that the government itself so badly needs. That having been said, Mr. Speaker, it is unclear whether under this proposed amendment the original character of the Tourism Authority with which we had problems will remain basically intact. And while, Mr. Speaker, we have some indication of some of the items that will be paid from the revenue generated by the authority, if you look at the proposed clause 10, it says the revenue of the authority in a financial year must be applied in payment of the interest and other charges on and the repayment of a loan payable by the authority, the sums required to be paid towards the repayment of a loan made to the authority, fees payable under this act, the salaries, remuneration, allowances, pensions, gratuities, and other superannuation benefits of the officers and staff, the working and established expenses of and the expenditure and provision of the maintenance of the property and installations of the authority, such sums as the authority may consider appropriate to set aside in respect of obsolescence and depreciation. And it goes on to G, H, and I, including at H sums to be credited to the consolidation fund. What is fundamentally unclear is this: whether the funds generated by the levy would be used at all in marketing, and what is the purpose and intention, whether the main purpose of the levy is in fact solely to attend to the matters specified in clause 10 with the amendment on proposed amendment on 29A. Now that remains at large. It is uncertain, and I hope this matter will be cleared, because there was great discussion at one time that the tourism authority must become self-sufficient and meet its own cost of marketing the destination. Great discussion on this. So all of a sudden, one would want to find out whether this is no longer the case under the proposed regime. Now, that being said, Mr. Speaker, there are some clauses that I think are somewhat worrisome. And let me take you very quickly, Mr. Speaker, to the offenses, in particular, the requirement of registration. It says on the new part 1A on the registration, under clause 27A2, a person who contravenes subsection 1, that is to say, a person shall not advertise, offer, supply, and accommodation service unless a person is registered under this act. So you're compelled to register, you can't advertise that you're providing accommodation. So presumably what you're doing is also targeting B&Bs, bed and breakfast facilities, etc. You are bringing them into the taxation milieu. Then it says under 2, a person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense and is liable on conviction on indictment to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 4 years or to both. Now, what on earth attracts such a brutal penalty? What?
That's madness.
A wholly disproportionate penalty for the failure to register? I mean, this essentially, the penalty alone will virtually destroy whoever is found guilty on indictment. And why you want to go by way of indictments? Why? Why are we engaged in legislation of this nature? I'm not saying that someone, for example, who does not register does not need to not to pay a fine, but this kind of provision is really abusive. And some thought really ought to be given to this to amend this. Now, the same approach is adopted under 27C. And this one deals with the requirement of the authority to register a person, and the requirement that the authority shall give written notice to the person within 7 business days of the registration, the requirement to comply with the Act, issue a certificate to the person under Section 27F. Then it goes on to say, Mr. Speaker, a person that is notified under subsection 1 and fails to comply with this Act commits an offense and is liable on conviction on indictment to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 4 years or to both. Again, the same kind of approach. This has to be unfair, and this has to be disproportionate, Mr. Speaker. And I really sincerely hope that this matter is attended to and the fines be revisited. Now, Mr. Speaker, there is the tricky business of the accountability for the fees and for the revenue collected by this agency. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we do not have before us at the moment the Tourism Levy Act, because the two have to be read almost pari passu, side by side. But when you look at the question of accountability, you have to turn to the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Act. Nowhere are we told exactly how this agency is going to account for the revenue it raises. The original act makes provision, I think it is under section 34 for an audit and under section 35 for an annual report, but it does not in any way say anything about how much revenue was collected and how the revenue was expended, save and accept that there is an audit. Now this is a serious responsibility. You are given an agency to collect revenue on behalf of the government of St. Lucia and to do what it wants with the revenue, albeit that it is specified by way of paying salaries, etc., etc., etc. An audit is not going to be sufficient to give us a kind of clarity as to whether the revenue that is collected is being correctly and wisely used. It seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that there therefore should be an amendment both to sections 34 and 35 of the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Act to require a complete report to Parliament, not even to the government of St. Lucia, to Parliament of the collection of the revenue and the use of the revenue. Why Parliament? Because the Constitution gives the responsibility of revenue matters to Parliament. That's where it resides. And if the government is going to transform this body into a revenue authority, then clearly there ought to be a report to Parliament to say precisely how the money is collected, how the money is being used, and how the money is being allocated. An audit report in that regard will, in my view, Mr. Speaker, be inadequate. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I am really very concerned about the application of this piece of legislation to the sector as a whole. It seems to me that the legislation is targeting in particular persons who are offering accommodation outside of the mainstream tourism sector. And the intention, of course, is to bring them into a framework where they are required perhaps to pay taxes which hitherto may have escaped the revenue. And the question is, why select the St. Lucia Tourism Authority to do this? Why was this not left to Inland Revenue, and Inland Revenue, whatever revenue it collects, then transfer the revenue to the St. Lucia Tourism Authority? What is this magic in the St. Lucia Tourism Authority that it must make arrangements for the collection of the revenue, it must spend the revenue as it sees fit, it must decide whether it's going to put money into the consolidated fund? Why? What's the purpose? What's the objective? And so, Mr. Speaker, it is in that vein that I was hoping that the honourable member will take some time and explain, as I said, the rationale and the several complex issues that this legislation raises. It is a very difficult bill to support, Mr. Speaker. I have great difficulty.
Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. At 1:10 Mr. Speaker, on Wednesday morning, the most important industry in the country is being discussed. At 1:10 in the morning, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, won't it be better if in these times we started that discussion in the morning when everybody could have made a reasonable contribution, Mr. Speaker? Because, Mr. Speaker, this legislation is far-reaching. Not very simple, it is very far-reaching, Mr. Speaker. Because apart from making the Tourism Authority a revenue collecting agency, we ask the question right away. Will it mean that there is still going to be a budget allocation for the Tourism Authority? does it mean that the Tourism Authority will no longer get any budget allocation from the Consolidated Fund? Because what you have there, Mr. Speaker, is a mini customs, you know. That's really, yeah, customs or ordinary revenue. You make a Tourism Authority a revenue collecting agency. But, Mr. Speaker, even more fundamental, and the minister says, and I know when he gets up, he will be in his usual dismissal, waste of time. He said he was the best minister of tourism in the world. He'll be in his noble waste of time situation, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, yeah, he says that Lorne was a waste of time, I was a waste of time.
Honorable Member, Leader of the Republican.
Mr. Speaker, no, we never compared you to Lorne and thing. Never did that. You always have it mixed up, man. Always when people feel sorry for you.
Honorable Leader, continue.
Mr. Speaker, sorry. I just want to keep you awake, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, what that piece of legislation does, Mr. Speaker, he says it streamlines the Tourism Authority to focus on marketing. He's changing the whole ambit of the Tourism Authority. It's a serious piece of legislation, very serious. One would have thought that this debate would give us an opportunity for us to discuss when St. Lucia expects to have his industry open. We said it would have been on June the 4th. Unfortunately, it's not. We thought it would have been an occasion when we could discuss all the issues that related to the opening of the tourism industry post-COVID, because the industry, according to all of us here, is the most important sector in the country. But at 1:10, you want to discuss such a serious piece of legislation, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, there's something even more fundamental. The Gleaner article on the 41st of May, it made the point that regional destinations are in conflict on the reopening of the tourism industry. And I can make it a documented house. The Gleaner article on the 41st of May, a paper from Jamaica that we seem to be following a lot in our policies. And it says, Mr. Speaker, that there is conflict because some islands believe that the industry should be open on a specific date, and other islands think it should be opened on scientific data. So we have confusion up in the times that we should open the industry. But more fundamental, Mr. Speaker, that piece of legislation speaks to registration of a tourism entity. Registration. And look at what it says, Mr. Speaker. It says that a person shall, on 27A, a person shall not advertise, offer, or supply an accommodation service unless the person is registered under the Act. So you have to register. Huh? And it further says, Mr. Speaker, a person may make an application for registration to the authority to be a registered accommodation service provider. And it gives the reasons on the 27B2 of what the applicant needs. And listen to 1.4. Other information the authority requires. What's that? I mean, this is, Mr. Speaker, it's just blanket statement. Other information the authority requires. It doesn't say what information, doesn't say what's the nature of the information, Mr. Speaker, doesn't say anything. And Mr. Speaker, I recall, Mr. Speaker, that there was a program with the St. Lucia Bureau of Standards, where the Bureau of Standards used to inspect properties that wanted to be in the tourism business, whether it be particularly small businesses. And the Bureau of Standards would have issued a certificate. And when that certificate is issued by the Bureau of Standards, the entity would have been recognized. But here it doesn't say anything, it just says other information. And Mr. Speaker, what will we say? We will say that we don't trust the government. We always say, Mr. Speaker, it's not a matter of trusting the government, Mr. Speaker. We've seen what happened with agreements, even for the demolition of buildings. So it's not a matter of trust, Mr. Speaker. It's a matter of saying that That's all. At 20 past 1, you want me to talk for an hour?
Honorable member,
Interfere with me.
Honorable Leader of the
All
Opposition,
what you say.
Honorable Leader of the Opposition,
Mr. Speaker, he's
Proceed.
disturbing me.
then I will handle that part of it.
Because
Proceed.
Mr. he believes that inside there, he's my boss. You're my
Proceed,
boss.
Honorable Leader.
I want my seat more than you. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, that power that they put in the hands of, and the authority, Mr. Speaker, only chosen, the majority of members in the authority chosen by the minister, you know. The majority of members, and you put in, and you say any other information. Look at the power. Mr. Speaker, this is something that we have to look into. You can't put the, and then if there was some criteria for registration, Mr. Speaker, then I would agree. But that is too much power, Mr. Speaker, in the hands of an authority, and you're not sure what are the requirements for registration. You are not sure the members of the authority, the majority of them are appointed by the government. At the time, Mr. Speaker, where the government is so intolerant, members of the government are so intolerant, Mr. Speaker, they get jittery and annoyed and etc. when you express your opinion and you give authority to people. So I'll give an example. Supposing I had the premises to have an A and B. I don't have it. But supposing I had it. And you think when I apply to you, you'd ever give me approval? And I'm saying that without any fear of contradiction. That is too much power, Mr. Speaker, without any criteria in the hands of an authority that's appointed by a minister. Too much power. People's livelihood is at stake. People want to go into a small hotel or want to go into another form of tourism business. Supposing that legislation, it also speaks to the issue of a certificate, Mr. Speaker, the issue of certificate. And you cannot go into the business unless you have a certificate, unless you're registered. I'm saying to you is that section 227B24, Mr. Speaker, should be modified and some criteria should be given for registration. It's much too much power, it's much too much authority, Mr. Speaker, in the hands of people who are appointed, majority of them appointed by the minister, and we know, Mr. Speaker, what's the climate in this country when it relates to any person who seems to be speaking against the status quo. Mr. Speaker, I think this piece of legislation is flawed and it should be re-examined, Mr. Speaker. And I think in the interest of transparency and in the interest of the importance of the tourism industry, this should be reconsidered and discussed so we can come to a mutual agreement, because the industry is too important, Mr. Speaker, particularly at this time, for 1:10 for us to rush through such an important piece of legislation. It's 1:25 now. But Mr. Speaker, the member for Kachi South doesn't want to understand. What I'm saying is extremely important, Mr. Speaker, because you may recall that the member himself, one of his first utterances in the House, where you just had to cry. These are one of his first utterances in the House of Parliament. You understand, Mr. Speaker? So that's one of his first utterances. You just had to cry. You understand? But I am saying that this is too important, so we should defer it. Probably even important enough, Mr. Speaker, to have a committee of the House to look into it. But you're laughing. That's a joke. Because you're making the Tourism Authority on inland revenue or customs. Too important, Mr. Speaker. And you're putting people's livelihood in the hands of people without any criteria, other information the authority requires. Mr. Speaker, I cannot support that legislation.
Member for Mako South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'll be very brief. You know, we're acting as though there isn't an act. There is a main body called an act. And so, to allay some members' fears, I mean, he said about the majority of persons being appointed by the minister. That's not true. The board of directors consists of 7 directors, whom 3 must be persons appointed by the minister in writing. 3. One must be a person appointed by the minister in writing by the chairperson, and 3 must be persons nominated by primary hotel and tourism associations for appointment by the minister in writing. The directors shall be appointed from amongst persons who have experience in and shown capacity in matters relating to law, marketing, business, finance, and accounting, and tourism. And certainly when we go to also, that was section 7 of the Act, and when we go to sections 35 of the Act, Mr. Speaker, to section 2, and more than 6 months after the end of each financial year, the authority shall submit to the minister an annual report on the operations and activities of the transactions of the authority, containing A, an account of the performance of the activities of the operation of the authority, B, an assessment of the marketing performance undertaken under the Act, an analysis, C, an analysis of the program of the tourism industry during the preceding year. 2, an annual report under section 1 shall be accompanied by the auditor's report under sections 34. 3, the minister shall submit an annual report, an auditor's report submitted under subsection 1 to be laid in Parliament within 28 days of this receipt of the minister, or if Parliament is not in session, within 28 days of the next session of the Parliament. So they're there. Nobody's trying to bypass the system. And Mr. Speaker, this structure has been discussed time and time again. We've had over 3 years of dialogue with the Hotels Association. We've come to this House, we've spoken about it. A very simple matter. That the St. Lucia Tourist Board was literally an appendage, was created as a statutory agency, but it was never made independent. And it was continuously dependent on revenues from government. And yes, the member from Castries East is correct. The intention is that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority will be self-financed, and it will no longer require an allocation unless it's an emergency situation. So we do foresee that the government is going to have to continue to provide some level of support to the Tourism Authority while it starts collecting the money, although the authority is allowed to borrow its own monies based on its future revenue streams, but also that if in fact you have a pandemic as we have, and there is a crisis, the government has the option, the authority has the option of getting a subvention from the government. But is for it not to be. And the member from Vieux Fort South ought to know from his times in the Ministry of Finance the complications and the inaccuracies in collecting the hotel occupancy tax, and how inept the Ministry of Finance was in doing so. Even when you went to speak to the Ministry of Finance, Mr. Speaker, and I used to do so when I was in a private capacity, they were determining and assessing the future collections of taxes based on a room, whereas the occupancy tax was based on an occupied room night. And because there were 2 people that were going into a room at most of the properties, they were assessing it on the basis of that. And we were always behind in collecting the occupancy tax. And the reason for the severity of the penalties, Mr. Speaker, which are the same penalties, Mr. Speaker, for the VAT. And it says up to $100,000. Doesn't mean the fine is going to be $100,000. Up to. And yes, It's important that the properties be properly registered, Mr. Speaker, because we have a lot of properties that are not registered and are out there selling and are grossly inadequate. And what we want to ensure is that persons who are supposed to be contributing are contributing. So to do that, Mr. Speaker, they must be registered in the first place. And Mrs. Correct, that's what I said. Not exceeding. Not exceeding. Not exceeding means it's not going to be, it can be only up to 100,000, but it can be below 100,000. That's what not exceeding means, unless I'm confused at this point, Mr. Speaker. Not exceeding. It will not be greater than $100,000, means it can be less. It can be not exceeding. And those are the this right now for the VAT. How come you the one who introduced VAT, how come you didn't have a problem with it then, Mr. Speaker? That's what I don't understand, Mr. Speaker. It's a double standard always with the members on the opposite side. Always a double standard. All of a sudden, Mr. Speaker, we have persons coming to the House, all of a sudden acting as if we're doing something that is so crazy. All we've done is taken the St. Lucia Tourist Board, Mr. Speaker, strengthened it, and allowed it to focus on marketing. And put restrictions on how much money it can spend on administration.
Honourable members. Continue, honourable members.
Exactly what the minister said. And that the point here, Mr. Speaker, is that if in fact tourism industry continues to grow, that the proportion of money to spend marketing isn't declined. And therefore that we're going to invest in a brand. But you know, Mr. Speaker, I have on many attempted to explain to the members that branding is a value, it's an asset, and you make an investment in it. But the fact is that we have not been consistent. And it's important that we take something, and the member from Castries East said it, our most important sector. Let's treat it properly. Let's give it the capacity to do what it's supposed to do. So, Mr. Speaker, on that I want to say that I fully support the Minister of Tourism. I want to commend him, Mr. Speaker, for the incredible work and patience he's had over the last 3.5 years, the number of meetings that have taken place with the ministry, with the hoteliers. And some of the hoteliers are not happy with this, Mr. Speaker. Some of the hoteliers wanted to revert back to a percentage of the room rate. And we know that that's problematic. And so that's why they're proposed in absolute terms, that people can have a greater sense of what the revenue is going to be. And that's why the amendments were made, because originally it was, if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Minister, that it was supposed to be one fee, and it was agreed to put it in different tranches. And so there was a lot of give and take moving forward. And Mr. Speaker, the biggest and the most difficult time that we had, certainly in the Ministry of Finance, was finding an acceptable level that the hoteliers accepted that this was going to be a neutral tax. And I believe we found a way to strike that balance. In addition to that, Mr. Speaker, we've left it to the option of the hoteliers because they're allowed to pass on the tax to the consumer. But some of the hoteliers did not want to do that and wanted to be able to absorb it. So in absorbing it, they're compensated by lowering the VAT rate from 10% to 7%. But yes, Mr. Speaker, the idea is for the Tourism Authority to fund itself. We no longer have to fund it outside of our, within our budget, Mr. Speaker. And more importantly, from a cash flow perspective, Tourism Authority now legally, like SLASPA, can go out and borrow money. SLASPA is in the same position, Mr. Speaker. It's exactly what SLASPA is. It has the capacity to go and borrow money on its own revenue streams. It's no longer tied to the government budget. And therefore, you have to make longer-term commitments between you have airline supports, marketing initiatives. All of those things require it to make decisions well out of the 1-year capacity that you have when you're a part of a statutory body under the government's auspices. Yet, the government still maintains control because they still have to make the request of the minister in order to be able to do so. So there's still that umbilical cord that causes them to be accountable to the government. But it gives them the flexibility to operate in a much more flexible terms and generate their more income. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not an overly complicated matter. This has been out there for digestion for a very long time. This is nothing coming to the table, and I fully support it, Mr. Speaker.
Back for cast yourself.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I won't be long. But, Mr. Speaker, this is getting to be a little bizarre. I'm not sure if it's because it's 1:30 in the morning. But first of all, Mr. Speaker, let me just state for the record, and I did so last week, Tuesday, that I have a fundamental problem with we at midnight having to go through all three stages of a bill. Mr. Speaker, I went through it last week with you, and I'm reiterating it. It cannot be right to the people of St. Lucia and to the Parliament that at this hour we are rushing through a bill, Mr. Speaker, and through all three stages, Mr. Speaker, that the public is not even getting a chance to see the contents of this. And when everyone is asleep, a few of us are in rushing through this bill. That being said, Mr. Speaker, I heard the member from Mico South counter the view that the majority of directors are appointed by the minister. But if I read from the Act, 4 out of the 7 members are appointed by the minister.
And now the permanent secretary now
is ex officio. The other 3 members are nominated by primary hotel and tourism associations, but 4 of them are nominated appointed by the minister. But, Mr. Speaker, some of the points have been made, but I want us to really reflect on what this says, 27A. Just reflect on this. Just reflect on this, Mr. Speaker. Prohibition against advertising, offering or supplying an accommodation service without being registered. Mr. Speaker, we all know about jazz and carnival in St. Lucia. The implication of this,
jazz finished.
Well, it's finished, but you know what I mean. By implication of this,
jazz,
if you offer, if a couple of partners come from Trinidad, or some friends of yours in Trinidad or Dominica and call you and tell you they have some partners looking for a place to stay, they come in for carnival, and you say, yeah man, they can sit by me for a few days, maybe just $100 a night, you can be charged up to $100,000 for doing so, and spend time in prison or both for doing that, according to this Act. Just reflect on this, Mr. Speaker. Just you, an ordinary St. Lucian, accommodating persons at your residence. You have a downstairs apartment that's empty, and guys coming down for carnival or for any event, and you accommodate them and they pay you for staying there for the weekend. You can go to jail for doing that if you're not registered. After 1 in the morning, Mr. Speaker. I mean, it's very clear. A person who contravenes subsection 1 commits an offense is liable on conviction on indictment to a fine not exceeding $100,000 or to imprisonment for a term not exceeding 4 years or both. This is what we're doing in this House, Mr. Speaker. It may sound very simple, but it is simple. That cannot be right, Mr. Speaker. People in St. Lucia who hustling, making a little living, you have an empty apartment, you do a little hustle, you make a little $300 for 3-4 days. According to this, you can go to prison for up to 4 years, Mr. Speaker. That's what we're doing. Is that right, Mr. Speaker? Shouldn't the public see that before we pass it into law in St. Lucia? Shouldn't the public even know about that? This is frightening. And what's the hour that we're doing it? When St. Lucians are not even aware of what we're doing. Of course, they'll be made aware, but that can't be right. Mr. Speaker, I don't want to go through, some of the other points. I think the other members have raised it, but I have a real difficulty in supporting those amendments. if for no other reason but for this section 27A. We cannot keep this in this bill, Mr. Speaker. The government has its policy and it can decide the other things it wants to do, but on this one alone, we cannot do that to St. Lucians. Let us reflect on that and let us decide not to do this. Thank you very much.
Member for Castro South East.
Mr. Speaker, you know, sometimes you sit there and you want to just allow the debate to go on. But when you hear the exaggerations and the terms being used, fearmongering, Mr. Speaker, we need to bring a certain level. And if COVID has taught us one thing, is that what is happening in this country must be formalized in some way. And Mr. Speaker, if persons are going to be in the accommodation sector, what is wrong with requiring that if you want to be, I mean, the member is saying if you have some friends from overseas who come down to St. Lucia, so are you telling me that if you have an apartment and you're going to rent your apartment for somebody that, I mean, the exaggeration that the member is giving here, to make people believe that, so if I have my friends who come from overseas and they come at my home to spend time, I can be fined for that? If they live in an apartment at my home. But Mr. Speaker, if you see the informal sector is suffering today because we have allowed over the years things to operate under the radar in this country. People have operated, have not made their contributions to the NIC, have not been recognized as any part of the formal economy. Yet still, Mr. Speaker, and I can understand, you know, why members would have some concerns. You know why they would have concerns? Ask them under their watch on the World Cup, Mr. Speaker. How many people got incentives to build properties, got tax exemption? Some of it are private dwellings as we speak. Never rented a room a day for somebody. But the average St. Lucian who cannot qualify to build a house that is 6 rooms or more goes and buys all of his things at the hardware store full price. But you see, Mr. Speaker, these are the inconsistencies that you get from members opposite, and they jump at it. It's 1 o'clock in the morning. It's 1 o'clock for all of us. It's not 10 o'clock in the night for the government, and it's 1 o'clock in the morning for you. We are on the same time zone on both sides of the house. So, Mr. Speaker, we need to be fair, and that is what happens every time an initiative is undertaken by this government. We have said that the car rental sector is another one. Anytime you try to streamline things, ask them, Mr. Speaker, under their watch, how many people got incentives to buy vehicles, car rental companies on the World Cup concessions? Where are these today? I know exactly what I'm saying. Mr. Speaker, I am saying that when the members opposite want to pass legislation to accommodate things, they give you the best picture. So let's go to the issue of when we had to introduce the airport development tax. What was the message preached in this house by the same members opposite? Oh, you're pricing yourself out of the market. You're going to do this. Tourism is going to drop the numbers. We turned out the highest numbers of visitors in this country. So, Mr. Speaker, when members opposite, anytime you try to bring a semblance of order to the way that things are being done, because, Mr. Speaker, when you're in the accommodation sector, there are certain requirements that you must meet. Because if you are going to advertise, and the members opposite know that, when they had the heritage tourism program, what was heritage tourism designed to do? Not to certify the areas that would meet the requirements to be for a tour. So today, we have seen a new market emerging. It is no longer big hotels that dominate the tourism arrivals or accommodation in St. Lucia. We have seen the B&B growing. What is it that we are going to do? Allow it to spiral out of control before you bring some measure or standard that is required? Because, Mr. Speaker, the issues that we are going to have, when you allow things to go out of control, and then a visitor finds themselves in a place where the accommodation was, and you get bad reviews, you get everything. The brand, which is what the member for Micoud South spoke about, making St. Lucia the brand that is of high quality. You cannot accomplish this, Mr. Speaker, by just allowing things to go anyhow. We must set standards. You know, I heard the member this morning talk about, oh, what is happening to the banana farmers and why the bananas was not accepted in Barbados. Standards again, Mr. Speaker. If people think that they can do things anyhow, the world is setting its standards. And we have to begin to measure up to the standards if we are going to remain competitive in the various industries. And so, Mr. Speaker, what we see there with the tourism authority being able to do the marketing for all of these smaller properties, being able to make that as part of the product offering in St. Lucia. What is wrong with asking these people to meet the basic required standards in order to operate as an entity that provides accommodation for persons? So, Mr. Speaker, what we are proposing here, I don't expect the members opposite to support it. Mr. Speaker, every time you put rules, ask them, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, through you, ask them how many times.
Honorable members,
Let us
allow the minister to.
Let us take a basic taxi driver as an example. Ask them how many certification programs that they put the taxi drivers through. Give them a red plate. In a few days, they say red plate don't count anymore. Send them for another training program. Give them a blue plate. So a taxi driver is supposed to meet all of these requirements in order to be certified to drive tourists on the road. But you are telling me that somebody who's going to provide accommodation, that may be providing food, the safety of these people, the places that they are going to be accommodated, you are telling me that we are not supposed to require certain standards? And nobody, everybody knows that fines are put in place as deterrents. You don't want people to go and commit a crime, then to collect some money from them. What you want is you put in a fine that becomes a deterrent. Mr. Speaker, and the member for Micoud South said it. How much is the violation for that? And he spoke about who appoints. Tell me how many boards we have in this country that a minister is not the various ministers who are responsible and not involved in the appointment of these boards. Mr. Speaker, but there are boards where the entire membership is appointed by the minister.
Which one?
Mr. Speaker,
Which one?
the NHC, National Housing Corporation. No, I didn't do it. I found it there. Yes, whoever changed it from HUDC into NHC was the one who did that. So you see, Mr. Speaker, that is the problem with the members opposite. No, I'm not perfect. Mr. Speaker, all I am saying is, this is a growing industry. And before it grows out of control, you need to regulate. I can understand if members want to raise issue with certain things. But Mr. Speaker, if you do not put standards, if you do not put requirements that people who want to be in the accommodation sector would have to meet, I mean, you put requirements for the people driving the persons. Sometimes the trip is from George Charles Airport to maybe the nearest guest house today is where, but you have so much that the taxi drivers, so many requirements that they must meet. Are we saying that these accommodation places? So yes, honorable member, if your friends come by your home for a day or 2 days, who would have a problem with that? But if every week you have people coming from overseas, you advertising, and then you presenting your home as an accommodation, of course it must meet some basic requirements. And that is all we are saying. So don't try and make the people believe that if their friends come at their home, somebody will find them $100,000. And if you have an occasional visitor, and for that matter, why would you have an occasional visitor, a friend of yours from overseas coming to your home, and you'll charge them $100 to spend a night at your home?
You that say he's a friend. You didn't understand. He's not a friend that is offended by you. You don't understand what I said. You don't listen.
You see, Mr. Speaker, if I want to rent my home, then I can rent my home. There are contractual arrangements for rental of any property. But Mr. Speaker, in the tourism sector, ask them, ask the members opposite, why taxi drivers require some insurance in certain instances that gives much more coverage of liability than the regular insurance for somebody just handling the regular everyday people. Because you have to cater for the market which you want to serve. And some of these people, there are minimum requirements that must be met. So that's all we are saying, Mr. Speaker. I think that the initiative being proposed there is a healthy one, is one that will position St. Lucia much better and to be able to make us much more competitive, attractive, and much more well advertised than we are today through the Tourism Authority. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I lend my support to the proposed changes by the Minister for Tourism. I thank you.
Permit me 1 minute.
Unless we're talking about the 100,000. Yeah, not exceeding. Not exceeding. Then what they call this thing, look at the rate of it. That's a massive difference. But you have big properties like Royalton. Or you have big properties like Royalton in the middle. You have big properties like Royalton, you have an apartment in that.
Minister of Tourism.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I just want to share some thoughts as we conclude the debate on this piece of legislation, the amendment to the St. Lucia Tourism Authority. Mr. Speaker, most of what I would have said has been said before, so in the interest of time, I wouldn't make this rebuttal very long, but only to say, Mr. Speaker, that the numbers have been shared here today in terms of, I don't need to go over how successful tourism have been. Mr. Speaker, last year we had 423,000 arrivals on the stay-over side, staying at various hotels and various non-traditional accommodation sectors. And Mr. Speaker, if you multiply that, Mr. Speaker, whereby dwellings below $120 would attract a rate of $3 per person per night. Mr. Speaker, bearing in mind that the average room would have as much as an average of 2, and if you multiply that, Mr. Speaker, and an average stay by 7 and multiply it, then you will see what sort of numbers we're getting. But Mr. Speaker, what we did do is a very clinical study, Mr. Speaker, to arrive at a $40 million budgeting allocation for the St. Lucia Tourism Authority. Mr. Speaker, as tourism grows, as it has been growing over the past 20 years, we see an average of about a 1.5% growth in the tourism sector. This figure is likely to get even stronger. Thus, Mr. Speaker, making the likelihood of remitting monies to the consolidated fund very possible. Mr. Speaker, it was made clear here today as well that the Tourism Authority Board must come to the Minister of Tourism, whoever he or she is, to make a presentation, and this existed in all tourism regimes, We have the leader of the opposition who was a minister of tourism before. And what obtains, Mr. Speaker, is that the board would ideally need to come and make a presentation to the minister in terms of what is the plan for the next year. The minister then will have to approve that budgetary plan by the tourist board, or in this case, the tourism authority. And then it is being laid as part of the estimates into the appropriation bill, and it is laid before the Parliament. So, Mr. Speaker, we see along the way there is absolute and strictest accountability, Mr. Speaker, for the funds that they are collecting. Mr. Speaker, the member for Vieux Fort South said that it was rather unclear whether the funds were going to be used for marketing. But, Mr. Speaker, I want to posit that all over this bill, it is written very clearly, Mr. Speaker, in Section 6B and Section 5, and it makes very strong reference, Mr. Speaker, of the fact that the funds are going to be made for marketing, Mr. Speaker. And it has been made very clear that the board has to propose a marketing plan to the minister. It has been made very clear, Mr. Speaker, that the role of the Tourism Authority is for marketing. On the Section 6, where it talks about the functions of the authority, Mr. Speaker, one of the sections that we are amending here today, it makes it absolutely clear. But I do realize, Mr. Speaker, it's 2 a.m., and maybe the member may not be at his best. Mr. Speaker, the legislation, the member also said that the legislation targets persons or individuals outside the traditional tourism accommodation sector. Nothing could be further from the truth, Mr. Speaker. Nobody wants to challenge the small man who is trying to make a living, Mr. Speaker. In fact, to the contrary, what this government is doing is to support the Airbnb sector. And that's why we're incorporating Airbnb, we're incorporating village tourism. But we understand, you don't like small people. And so, Mr. Speaker, everything we are doing is to enrich the ability of those Airbnb lodgings, Mr. Speaker, so that, Mr. Speaker, they can participate meaningfully, Mr. Speaker, in the accommodation sector. And we made it clear, and I outlined very clearly, Mr. Speaker, that this should not be viewed in isolation, but it should be viewed, Mr. Speaker. It should be viewed, Mr. Speaker. It should be viewed as a total reconstruction of the institutional arrangements that govern tourism, which is why we're amending the Tourism Act. We're incorporating the village tourism incorporated to ensure that the small man is empowered and not oppressed, Mr. Speaker. Contrary, Mr. Speaker, to the bill that was passed by the previous administration, the Tourism Stimulus and Amendment Act, that deals with incentives. And you look at the scale, Mr. Speaker, totally discriminates against small properties, Mr. Speaker. But it was small St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, that became the world's leading honeymoon destination. It was small St. Lucia, Mr. Speaker, that the Bachelor came to see, Mr. Speaker. And tonight, Mr. Speaker, early in the debate, I was derided for being small, Mr. Speaker. But I want to say something to the member for Vieux Fort South and his obsession with smallness. Piti ko pamaladi. So, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker. We are here to empower the small man. Small vendors, Mr. Speaker. Small taxi drivers. Small tourism business individuals, Mr. Speaker. We are here to empower them, not to discriminate against them. And so, Mr. Speaker, the member for Castries South, who indicated that we are here to punish individuals by sending them to jail. I mean, what? Look, that's That's the most ludicrous and ridiculous thing I've heard all night. I mean, what is this? Mr. Speaker, the act is clear. You have a hotel, 450 rooms. You have small properties, apartments, non-traditional accommodations that could be on a platform. Mr. Speaker, you have been a magistrate. An Airbnb accommodation dwelling may come to you with a small blemish, as opposed to a hotel, maybe the biggest one in St. Lucia's, perhaps 450 rooms now. Mr. Speaker, when you look at the spectrum, or you look at the size of the violation that can be caused by an Airbnb versus a big hotel, you can see clearly, Mr. Speaker, where the actual violation of the law will be in terms of its size, and where applicable, the maximum penalty may be applied or not. The judge, Mr. Speaker, looking at this, may have the ability that if a person is charged for illegally operating a tourism accommodation facility, to simply reprimand or caution. That is also on the discretion of the judge, Mr. Speaker. And so, Mr. Speaker, while it says not exceeding, nobody is saying that we are going to be draconian about prohibiting small properties from operating. No, we're saying that if you do operate, as the member from Castries South said, as the member from Castries Southeast have said, that if you do operate, you need to operate with standards, Mr. Speaker. Tourism is an international business. And Mr. Speaker, this is the world over. St. Lucia is not the only destination. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what's happening in Barbados, Belize, Curacao, Dominican Republic, Jamaica, St. Martin, Turks and Caicos, Anguilla, Antigua, I mean, Mr. Speaker, it's similar. What's happening? They're all collecting monies. They're all sharing data. They've all signed MOUs with the sharing platforms, Mr. Speaker. They've all instituted regulations, Mr. Speaker, to ensure that the proliferation of the non-traditional accommodation sector does not get out of hand, but it is managed, Mr. Speaker. It is done in a controlled way, that it does not impair the reputation of the destination, but it is done in a way that is sustainable, Mr. Speaker. And the only way you can sustain it, the only way you can help small properties to be developed is if you have some standards by which they can abide by. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, you will have a free-for-all. And so, Mr. Speaker, this then helps the small properties. And under Village Tourism Incorporated, they will be licensed. They will have the opportunity to receive training. They will have the opportunity for the first time, Mr. Speaker, in tourism incentive history, a accommodation that is less than 6 rooms will have the opportunity to, Mr. Speaker, gain concessions, Mr. Speaker, from the government of St. Lucia. And that is the regime that we're putting in place, making sure that we bring together a collection of small properties, organizing and developing a consortium, Mr. Speaker. Their interior design, Mr. Speaker, they will receive support, technical assistance in marketing, in reservation, in all of the service standards necessary, Mr. Speaker, to make them world-class tourism accommodation providers. That's all we're trying to do here, Mr. Speaker, with this amendment. But all the opposition want to do, Mr. Speaker, is to minor or to major, Mr. Speaker, in the minor things, looking at the penalty. Mr. Speaker, there have to be penalties. The member for Vieux Fort South is on public record of saying that the hotel sector has violated the hotel accommodation tax, that there were millions outstanding. And he is on record of saying that. So if you're going to institute, Mr. Speaker, a tax by which the hotel industry and you want compliance, how are you going to gain compliance without ensuring that there are stiff penalties? and without sending a strong signal that you mean business. So the suggestion, Mr. Speaker, here tonight, that the penalty that has been enshrined in this piece of legislation is absolutely ludicrous. And so, Mr. Speaker, let's not make a mockery of this bill. Let's not make a mockery of our rules in this House. But let's, Mr. Speaker, ensure that we do the right thing. And I think that what is here, Mr. Speaker, is reasonable. And I want to propose to this Honorable House, Mr. Speaker, the bill in its current form for the consideration of the House. I thank you.
Honorable members, the question is that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Bill be read a second time. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to amend the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Act number 8 of 2017.
Honorable members, let's review the legislation. Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 3.
Amendment of Section 2.
Clause 3 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 4.
Substitution of Section 5.
Clause 4 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 5.
Amendment of Section 7.
Clause 5 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 6.
Amendment of Section 9.
Clause 6 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 7.
Insertion of new Section 9A.
Clause 7 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 8.
Insertion of new Part 1A.
Clause 8 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 9.
Amendment of Section 29.
Clause 9 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 10.
Insertion of new sections 29A, 29B, and 29C.
Clause 10 stands part of the bill. Aye. Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill. Aye. Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put the question. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Bill went through committee stage without amendments. Honorable Minister for Tourism.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put a question. As many as of that opinion say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion say no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia, and by the authority of the same as follows. This act may be cited as the St. Lucia Tourism Authority Amendment Act 2020.
Honorable Minister for Tourism, Information, Broadcasting, Culture and Creative Industries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the first reading of a bill shortly entitled Tourism Levy.
Tourism levy.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move the suspension of Standing Order number 48-2 to allow the bill to go through its remaining stages at this sitting.
Honorable members, the question is that Standing Order number 48-2 be suspended in order to allow the Honorable Minister to proceed with the remaining stages of the bill at this sitting. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of the contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Leave is granted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I beg to move the second reading of a bill shortly entitled Tourism Levy. Mr. Speaker, the purpose of the Tourism Levy bill is to provide for the imposition and collection of a tourism levy on the supply of an accommodation service. Mr. Speaker, this bill provides definitions for the terms used in the bill. For example, the accommodation services accommodation, period average daily rate, base nightly rate, sharing platform, and non-sharing platforms are defined in the bill. The St. Lucia Tourism Authority is responsible for administering the bill. However, in a case where the authority no longer exists, the minister responsible for tourism may designate another body to administer the bill, and all the functions and powers given to the authority are transferred to the new body. Mr. Speaker, in administering the bill, the functions and powers of the authority are broadened. The authority is responsible for issuing a collector's certificate, assigning and reviewing the class to which a collector is assigned to, and receiving tourism levy is being collected and remitted by a collector under the bill. Mr. Speaker, I do propose the bill for debate and for the House's consideration.
Honorable members, the question is that a tourism levy bill be read a second time. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. Aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the imposition and collection of a tourism levy and for related matters.
Honorable members, let's review. Clause 2.
Interpretation.
Clause 2 stands part of the bill. Aye. Part 1, clauses 3 to 5.
Administration.
Part 1, clauses 3 to 5 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 2, clauses 6 to 7.
Imposition and rate of tourism levy.
Part 2, clauses 6 to 7 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 3, clauses 8 to 17.
Collector of tourism levy.
Part 3, clauses 8 to 17 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 4, clauses 18 to 22.
Collection and recovery of tourism levy.
Part 4, clauses 18 to 22 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 5, clauses 23 to 25.
Refund of tourism levy.
Part 5, clauses 23 to 25 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Part 6, clauses 26 to 28.
Miscellaneous.
Part 6, clauses 26 to 28 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 1.
Section 7, rate of tourism levy.
Schedule 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Schedule 2.
Section 8 2B, class of a collector.
Schedule 2 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Honorable members, the question is that a committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it.
Mr. Chair, Just a very slight amendment to, I think it's Section 6, which the Ministry of Finance, upon further review, I just need to find a note from the AG's office. Just bear with me 1 minute. Oh. It's the section of the bill where it speaks to just amending the sentence to include, no, I don't.
To amend an amendment to Section 2 of the Tourism Levy Bill, amend the definition of accommodation service to read, means the supply of a service for sleeping accommodation for a period not exceeding 6 months with or without related facilities for consideration.
Correct.
You don't mind?
So noted, Deputy. So clause 2 as amended stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Clause 1.
Short title.
Clause 1 stands part of the bill.
Aye.
Honorable members, the question is that the committee rises and the bill be reported. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye.
Aye.
As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Honorable members, I beg to report that the Tourism Levy Bill went through committee stage with amendments to Clause 2. Honorable Minister for Tourism, Information, Broadcasting, Culture, and Creative Industries.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the report of the committee as amended be adopted and the bill be read a third time and passed.
Honorable members, the question is that the report of the committee be adopted and that Tourism Levy Bill be read a third time and passed. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
Be it enacted by the Queen's Most Excellent Majesty by and with the advice of the House of Assembly and the Senate of St. Lucia and by the authority of the same as follows. This Act may be cited as the Tourism Levy Act 2020.
Honorable Prime Minister.
Speaker, I beg that the House stand adjourned sine die. Before I do that, maybe, Mr. Speaker, I certainly want to thank the Deputy Clerk. I certainly want to thank all of the police officers and your staff again for bearing with us and getting through this very long evening. And also the staff from NTN that always stay here and support us to make sure that it all flows. Sorry? Yes, the AG and his staff are still here with us this hour. And again, I want to thank them. Many times their services go unnoticed, but I want to let them know how much we appreciate what they're doing, and we know how difficult it is, and we very much appreciate their support. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Mr. Prime Minister, I would believe that every single member of this House would join you in extending best wishes and thanking all staff members. Honorable members, the question is that this House do stand adjourned sine die. I now put a question. As many as are of that opinion, say aye. As many as of a contrary opinion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Sitting adjourned.
Thank you for staying with the broadcast. We've come to the end of the sitting of Parliament. Please join us on Thursday, 4th June for the sitting of Senate. Thank you once again for staying with the broadcast, and do have a good morning.
Yes.